Good afternoon and welcome to Liberta Sports Club for the ACB Caribbean Bank Parish League Sir Richie Richardson 35 overs competition match between home team Liberta and Police. Police looking to continue their unbeaten run. As I say, good afternoon to Abdi Hughes. Good afternoon, Abdi.
Good afternoon, Terry. Police has been in tremendous form. They won their first competition, Dave Joseph Limited over competition without losing a game. And they won the first game being played in the Sir Richie Richardson played yesterday against the Mahaiko. And they're now looking to continue their winning form against the Liberta team at Liberta. So now they're very prolific on the home ground, and they're now on the road. And so let's see as they walk out to the middle, the Police team that is led by the captain Maryland, and very shortly you will see two batters for the Liberty team. So we had St. Paul lost the first game against the Newfield at this particular ground.
Yes, St. Paul's 80 all out. Kadeem Henry 35, Frederick Floyd 10, Shamar Pereira 3 for 5, Naim Nord 4 for 20, Newfield 83 for 4, Naim Nord 44, Shamar Pereira 16, Kadeem Henry 3 for 11, Richie Thomas 1 for 31. So Newfield won that one, Abdi, by 6 wickets. And of course, we did the Police Mahaiko match yesterday at Police Recreation Grounds. Mahaiko 163 all out, Ian Tittle 47 not out, O'Malley Hillinger 43, Tenez Francis 20, James Cornelius 3 for 21, and Damon Valentine 2 for 13. Police in reply 164 for 3, Jerron Jones 69 not out, Damon Valentine 36, and Derek Moreland 20 not out. So Police winning that match by 7 wickets. And we'll get some other results in for you as the day progresses. But here at Liberta, Liberta winning the toss and electing to bat first. So players are just making their way out onto the field. So we get ready for this ACB Caribbean Bank Parish League match in the Sir Richie Richardson 35 overs aside competition. And today, action is between Liberta, the home team, and the undefeated Police. We'll be looking to extend the record. Of course, they went through undefeated in the first limited overs competition of the Parish League season. That was the Dave Joseph competition. And they went through undefeated there. They met Freetown in the final. And they won that last week. And then they won their opening match yesterday against Mahaiko convincingly also by 7 wickets. Today they're up against Liberta. We all know what Liberta is capable of. And they will be taking first strike here against Police on a beautiful day in Liberta, all over Antigua. So if you're in the Liberta area, come out and support. Otherwise, you can follow us on CTV Channel 8, Parish League Facebook live feed, and also YouTube. So you will not miss a ball, Abdi? I'm saying you will not miss a ball. We've got every platform covered.
Yeah, and it's very good for the lookers and the listeners as we watch the first ball to be bowled by Valentine. The Mulder was well.
So Greaves and Smith opening the batting for Laberta. Valentine the bowling for Police.
Yeah, so we had a low-scoring game between Freetown and Sevier Farm, and Freetown came out with one in the game by three runs on 22.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So the defending, Police, who was the champion of the last competition, Dave Joseph competition, they came off with the first win of this competition, Sir Richie Richardson, and Freetown, who is a losing finalist, start with a win
With
also.
the win, yeah.
Yeah.
They'd be happy with that after
Yeah.
the disappointment of the final.
Good over by Valentine.
I'll just run through the Laberta Blackhawks starting 11 for you. Michael Greaves, Karima Gore, Ian Gore, Devery Smith, Javed Richardson, Yavik Toppin, Joshua Thomas, Jalin Harris, Brent Joseph, Yuri Smith, and Meandre James. So strong 11 there for Laberta. And we've just had the one over here, and the score was 2 without loss. Sorry, 3 without loss. After the first over, bowled by Valentine. Oh, Greaves is on 2 and Smith is on 1. Any changes to the Police team from yesterday, Abdi?
Yeah, there's a change. Scorer, senior is Jones. Jones should be out on the field. He's out.
No, any
Senior,
changes?
senior.
Yeah.
Senior is playing today.
Jones have to play after his innings
Yeah,
yesterday.
but no, you were asking changes in the team. Who senior is playing for? But then, okay.
Okay, so Africa's out and senior is in. Jones starts from the northern end of the ground.
But Terry, it was strange to me this morning. I see Jones was fiddling with his hamstring,
Okay.
and to see now he's opening the ball. He's always down. He's finally up. Captain Maryland behind the stump. A white call by umpire Brown.
Should the umpires though be wearing different shirts? Because they look like police fieldsmen. Good shot that by Smith.
They wear blue on Sunday, Terry, and yellow on Saturday.
Okay.
And they're looking identical. Yeah, the black and blue.
Bit confusing for the batsman.
Well, they haven't complained as yet.
They haven't as yet,
until-
no.
un-
But
until
there's
something
been no
goes
quick
haywire.
singles, though, have you? But that was a good shot by Smith.
Yes.
Lofting the ball over mid-on for 4. Takes the score on to 7. 8. 8 without loss. We're in the second over here at Roberta. Roberta choosing to bat first, and it's Jones into Smith. Now a wide down the leg side, beats everybody, including keeper Moreland. Rolls over the rope now for 4 leg byes, signaled by the umpire. Takes the score up to 12 without loss in the second over.
Terry, there seems to be an issue with those balls
Yeah,
yesterday. Yesterday in 6
look
overs.
at them very closely, don't they?
I haven't have a look at them, but yesterday in 6 overs, a ball had to be changed, and now I'm seeing Shejak, after collecting the ball, looking on it as you know, he seems to damaged.
These two at the crease, though, did show a lot of promise in Graves and Smith over the last couple of seasons, but haven't really kicked on as much as one would have thought or hoped.
Yeah, they haven't kicked on as I suppose they themselves would have liked, you know. But they have some potential, and as we were saying yesterday, how much you want the game to improve on your own game.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, potential is not enough. Hard work is the key. No, you see that shot being played by Yuri, Terry.
Yeah.
The ball was just there to be defended, and he's still trying to work a ball that could not be worked, and still get it where it should be going by trying to work it on the onside in the gap. And this is what we're seeing with these young players coming up. They're looking on the finished product on the YouTube with the Tendulkars and the Smiths,
Right,
who has
yes.
played those shots.
In their sleep.
In their sleep because they practice it. Yeah, we haven't gone through the rigorous practice
No.
for them to be able to do that. And so they're looking at finished product and want to do it out in the middle instead of playing basic cricket. Just defend it and you'll be good.
Right, yeah. Valentine continues from the commentary box end, pavilion end of the ground. Ground looks in good shape, apart from being dry. Nicely played by Greaves through the offside for a single. That takes the score up to 14. 13 for no wicket, and we're in over number 3.
Again, Terry, we've been blessed by the 2 scorers from yesterday who had this jubilant celebration when they police won the game. There's a ricochet off of the feeler and the wrong-footed lower field, and the ball ricochet into the long off fence for 4. Ball that was stroked through the cover region, and the fielder reached his hand out, and while Lowfield was trying to go to his left, the ball hits the right hand of cover and run past Lowfield, who ran gallantly behind it but couldn't stop it for 4.
No, a very well timed shot though, because even though he took most of the pace off it, it still traveled to the fence.
Yes. Again, Terry, the goal for Liberta is to bat 35 overs. I would like to see teams at least bat the 35 overs that they're being allotted to them, you know, and spend some time at the crease. Yes, it's 35, but spend some time at the crease, because when you equate you in the middle versus you in the field, you spend 35 overs in the field feeling,
Mm-hmm.
and you may spend 10 overs batting, if that much. So it's time enough for the batters apply themselves at the crease and say, look, I want to bat 20 overs.
Right.
Set
Yeah.
that goal ahead of you.
But also, it just makes for better cricket all round, though.
Yeah.
Abdi.
Yes.
If they do that.
Yes, that's right. But funny also, Shajak Jr., who's known to be an open bowler, and the captain chose Jones.
Mm-hmm.
So again, we see some strange
decisions,
things happen from the Maryland as captain. But guess what? They're winning.
Well,
And he could
he's
use that as an
undefeated, so he
argument.
turn around Abdi and say, "But I'm winning."
It goes tap down the leg side by Maryland. Oh, seems to be keeping just dying on its way.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looks like
Yeah.
it's dying. You might have
From the
to
bottom, yeah.
move up a bit.
Yeah,
He's gonna keep low.
yeah, and this was normally a batting wicket. Again, they need to spend just like the police recreation ground. This is a good batting wicket, so you need
Mhm.
to spend time on the wicket. It will get easier. Keeping low again. So now, Terry, as I was saying yesterday, you bowl in the fourth stump as a bowler.
Right.
Now, when you as a bowler now bowling now, the wicket's keeping low, then there's where now you get closer
Closer
off
to
stump
it,
and
exactly.
middle.
Mm.
Yeah, to create that wicket taking delivery, leg before bowl, because you have to make that adjustment as you bowl. But normally it's the fourth stump because slips are in place
Mm-hmm.
and gully are in place awaiting a catch. As this ball was defended nicely on the back foot by Graves.
But true though,
Yes,
Abdi, when
alright.
it's keeping a bit low like that, if you aim at the stumps, then
Yeah,
batsman misses, you hit,
that's right. That's
and
right.
it puts that a little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind, or whether they should play or not
Oh,
play.
no, right.
Mm.
There's a good pressure run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, keeping the pressure on the fielding side, taking the singles at any opportunity, which is what Police did well yesterday against Mahaiko.
And that
Got a
big
lot of
ball.
runs off fumbles and misfields by keeping up the pressure on the fielding side.
But then again, Terry, I not only Vincent Shajak Jr., who's a known bowler, Malik Gerard,
Right, yeah.
but he chose Jones, who bowled the first over for the season, included the competition before.
Right, right.
And he bowled one yesterday, now opens today. So it's and I guess he will say, look, I'm winning, so why question my decision?
Exactly. But the other way you could look at it too, though, Abdi, he might be just experimenting a bit in the fact that he's won one competition, he's off to a winning start in this competition. So,
Okay.
you know,
Thank you.
to
I
get the
take
right
that.
combination type thing that he's happy with
All right.
moving forward, he's willing to take a few chances.
Mm. Right, so I guess that's another Arsenal in his sleeve, up his sleeve, because he had quite a few spin bowlers to choose from
Mhm.
and some more fast bowlers. But as you say, there's another Arsenal in his
Yep.
repertoire.
Looks like you're getting your change now, though.
Yeah. Now, yesterday, I remember I was making mention concerning the Mahaiko team, whereas instead of bowling four dice too long, the young spin bowler
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie, bring him in a bit earlier, bowl him 2 or 3, create some doubt, and they could bring back 4 dice. So I'm saying now, normally, Valentine's normally bowl his 5 over spell, but this is only 2. Then he's pulled out of the attack. So again, tactics are being worked by Captain Maryland. So again, he's winning, and what can you say? He's thinking outside of the box, Mark. So there's a slip in place. Normally, Shedjack normally have a 7-2 feel or 8-1 feel. There's only the mid-on he'll normally have on the on side, but this time he starts with a more balanced feel. Terry.
Shorter
Well, but
boundaries here, of course.
But he got
Then, police.
2. But I was thinking if the square leg is 3.
That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
that was a mistake on my part. That was 3. Here's Jennison make a gallant effort, and
Chased well. So there's a shot that was played through the onside by Graves, and they run 3. One kept a low
bit
again.
low. Stop. Effectively, not cleanly, but effectively by keeper Maryland. A few balls are getting down on the lower part of him, and the tummy in front of him is preventing him.
See, Abdi, this is where you do yourself no favors with the 2 scorers.
Yeah, but it's all in the game of love.
Another well-judged single.
We seen that yesterday while the police were batting between Jones and Valentine, and they were very
excellent partnership.
Yes,
Mm.
and the running was
It was very
aided
good.
by some misfeeling, really.
Yes, yeah.
But the running was good, and that's what you want to see. You want to see good cricket.
Mhm,
You want
mhm.
to see good cricket. Now there's a ball that went straight to Maryland, and it hits him in the glove as he feel like there's a cardboard. And normally he doesn't. He's not accustomed of them coming into his glove like they're getting down to his feet, and so when he comes, it's a difficulty. Hope there's one that goes to him, and there's a catch. You take it. But the score
It's all right, Abdi. He's just warming up. Man.
Yeah. But the scorers, they know that the police team.
That's short and pulled through the mid-wicket area. Good shot there by Smith. Runs away into the rope for 4. Good shot.
But the scorers, they know that their team will come out victorious, so they'll have the last laugh.
They look a bit apprehensive at the moment, though. The Birds are building a good start here.
But again, as Terry, the police team are zooming in confident. You know, some 9 straight games, so they obviously thinking among themselves, look, whatever Liberty get, we
We'll
can
chase.
get it.
Mm.
Yeah, because we were thinking yesterday that they allowed the Mahaiko to get more runs than they should have.
Right.
And they were looking a bit duped, but then when they took the chance at the crease, they were excellent.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, well, brilliant run chase yesterday. They were never under any pressure.
Yeah.
And very controlled chase. So we've had 5 overs here, and Liberta at 23 without loss. 25 without loss. We're going along at exactly 5 runs and over at the moment.
I'm wondering if Maryland, he went home yesterday and listened to tape, our commentary, and so he's doing the ringing the changes.
Oh, that's close. Big appeal for BW, and he's given. He got caught on the crease there, and that one was a quicker delivery.
That's a good start by
First ball.
LaShawn Bartley, a.k.a. Bullet Barnard. It's a good start. And I was saying to him, Terry, yesterday, his spell wasn't good and he was too slow. We just throwing the ball in the air with no effort. And today he came and started brilliantly.
He's listened to you, haven't he? So Smith goes LBW to Barnard for 11 and 25 for 1. Liberta in over number 6. Well, police would be happy that they got the breakthrough just when the partnership was starting to form.
What's going on?
And the new batsman, we're just getting that for you.
Was it a tap in? No.
Tappan has come to the crease to join Smith.
I think I've seen him played one time at the Sugar Factory, but I've heard good things about him. And he's an all-round athlete. He played tennis and played football, but
Okay.
I heard some good things about him. But first time really watching him, because when I saw him play, I didn't know who he was until after they were talking about the game, and then I can reflect back on when I saw who was batting. But
Right, yep.
as we ball was down the leg side and took the pad of tapping, and umpire Brown now is signaling leg by. So the changes have been working for
police so far.
yeah. So far, the first 3 balls from LaShawn is much more quicker through the air than
Through the air, yeah,
yesterday.
definitely. Right.
Oh, well ball.
I took the edge there, Abdi.
Yeah, that's
But,
very
falling.
very well ball.
Yeah, very well bowled. But falling well wide of the solitary slip. But excellent delivery nonetheless.
Yeah, the line was good and pace was good also, but it just didn't. Carry to hand. I wonder if Lawfield is injured because he's also a bowler
Mm-hmm.
and he didn't bowl yesterday.
And that is a full toss that is stroked straight down mid-on's throat. Liberta lose their second tap and goes without scoring. And it's 27 for 2.
Well, Terry, say what do you want about Captain Maryland? As the argument, I'm winning, so whatever I'm doing, it's working.
Hey, 25 without loss, all of a sudden 27 for 2. You
Yeah.
asked him to ring the changes, Abdi. He did.
Go, tell Karim go. Karim go.
So good couple of blows struck here by police. And 27 for 2. Liberta in a spot of bother.
As we watch Karim go take the place of Tappin. And Terry, we know that Karima is playing some international cricket with the United States.
With USA, that's
Yeah.
correct, yeah.
And himself has been very prolific locally.
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't really come that good in for the United States. Some par scores,
Right.
but very good in the outfield. Yeah, and with the ball, you know.
Of
I think
course.
he's with the Super 50 team now and at the T20 squad with the United States. So
And a lot to play for now, Abdi, considering that they'll be joint hosting with the West Indies, the T20 World Cup
yeah,
in 2024.
yes, yes.
Added incentives for those who are allowed to play for the States.
Being a fast bowler, Terry, that rhythm that Shedrick was running down, and you end up in front of the batsman. It always feels good.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
you're running down there and you release that tension of the back mark. You know, you're a fast bowler himself, and that's
I never tried that with Viv Richards. He would stand up and slap the ball right back at your hand.
I'll bowl. But normally you do that, Terry, when you beat the bat.
Right,
When you
yeah,
beat the bat,
yeah,
then you
yeah.
follow through. Yeah, you went down.
Yeah.
You let the
if
batsman know that.
if he knocks you 10 rows back, then
no,
you quickly turn around.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Get to a mark. Yes.
Ooh,
Beautiful. He seems to be in a rhythm, Terry.
he does. He does. He's bowling very well. That one
Yes.
just beats the outside edge. Flies through to Captain Moreland, who took it very well, Abdi.
Yeah. Yeah. Down low, but took it cleanly. Farewell pole again, and then he's following through nicely. Very good.
Right up the pitch.
You know, after the game, I have to have my feedback for the players, because they'll come and ask me what I think. So I have to look very keenly to tell them what they're doing
Exactly
and
what
what they're
you
not
think.
doing. Yeah. So I have a twofold job. Yes. Well bowled and well played by Graves, and now I'm seeing something that I haven't seen all season, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
Is he stopped. The keeper was running after he stopped the ball, like thought he was going to run from end to end, but he stopped right at so he's right back to the Merlin that we know. Oh yes, I love this game. Beautiful sunshine, Terry. As we
Great day again, yeah.
we left the police
Had a great day in
pavilion yesterday.
paradise.
Yeah, we left the police pavilion recreation ground yesterday. Was overlooking the players, and we were watching cars passing from east to west, and in the back, in front of us, the Potter's Village. But now there's no vehicle here. We're looking over the players also from the Liberta recreation ground, but we're viewing all the greeneries and
Beautiful greenery, yeah.
and the houses in the hills. And I've never played on this ground. I've played for Falmouth in the first class arena for some 17 years,
Mm-hmm.
but never played on this ground. but I have some good times against the Liberty team in the
Right.
not Falmouth and the recreation ground.
And then your coach here, that's a big shot there by Kareem Agor, high and well over the head of the mid-on. One bounce into the boundary for 4. That gets goal going. Score moves up to 31-4-2.
Well, no, Terry, I haven't really actually coached here. We were playing down Falmouth when I
Okay.
was coaching Liberta.
Right.
So now they move into this new facility. I wasn't the coach by then.
But Kenneth Benjamin and the boys have done a wonderful job here at Liberta Sports Club.
Yes.
And I know he was doing a lot of work on the square and so during the
On the 19th.
COVID break.
Yeah, and there was an incident that transpired between them and Rising Sun. As I saw, just looking at the Sunday areas, and that was the issue of all. So, guess it's all rectified now, Terry?
I believe so. Okay. Enough said on that one, Abdi.
I guess so.
And again, another authoritative shot there by Gore. That one might have gone all the way, I think, over the offside. This time, yes, 6 signaled by the umpire. So 2 good blows in this over by Kareem Agor, showing his worth and class in this Liberta side. Police will well know, Abdi, that they need to get him quickly if possible. The score moves up to 37. 37-4-2. We're in over number 8. And again, he's gone again, high over, mid off. And that one is even bigger. So that's 2 maximums. Back-to-back 6s for Gore. The score rockets on to 43-4-2. And that's good striking, Abdi.
Yes. And
As he's getting plenty of advice.
as I was saying, Terry, for the past weeks, I haven't seen enough authoritative ness from the first class players down into the Parish League. And so now Kareem is showing I'm at this level.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's what you want to see. You know, and then it's them, the Puddin or the James and the Lashon has to adjust.
Put in bigger effort. And
Right.
that's a wide ball down the leg side, signaled wide by the umpire. So Barnard feeling the pressure here. That Gore has been able to inflict on him in this over. Turn that through the mid-wicket region, but couldn't beat the fieldsman. No run. That brings the over to an end. So we've had 8 overs here at Liberta, and Liberta are 44-2 after 8.
It's a level playing field so far.
Yeah.
Getting 2 wickets in 8 overs and 42. He's not really running away with the score, but then they have to now Shujak, who is a bit a notch above the police bowlers and the low field. You have Boston. We'll see how his duty now is to pull back. If he could get a wicket in this over, could humble the free run scoring by Gore.
Reeves is struck on the pad. There's a big appeal, but it looked like it was going down leg, and umpire says not out.
Candice.
Yes, we have female umpire today. And their full names, Abdi? Candice.
I'm not too. I think it's Butler. Candice. But I'm certain about Candice.
That's the main thing.
Yeah, her surname is eluding me thus far.
Mark Charles has taken off around the boundary. He's moving quicker than Merlin.
Yeah. Yes.
A lot of encouragement and advice by the small crowd, few locals in, which is always good when you're playing the villagers, Abdi. That the locals come out and support.
Yes, I because the aim should be is bringing back cricket in the community, that people could come out and patronize the game as in the past, and so taking them to the big playing area would equate that. You take away from the crowd that will just come out the house from in the village and come and watch the game. As we hear, that's a very good delivery. Bowler, very good delivery.
Right through him.
And that's what I was saying. And the Karima goes.
Yep.
I was saying, Terry, that Shajak Jr. is above, a notch above the other police players.
Yep.
Because he's been there, and then he is the one who likely would have done the damage,
Yep.
and he does.
But not only that though, Abdi, you picked it up earlier.
Yeah.
He was in rhythm.
That's right.
And once you get in rhythm, as you know, as a
Yes,
bowler,
right.
it helps a lot. But that's a huge wicket
Very good
for
wicket.
police to knock over Karima Go for 16, and the score is 44 for 3, 45 for 3 in the 9th over. So excellent wicket there, and well bowled to Shadrach Jr.
A very good delivery, as I was saying earlier. He was in a rhythm, and you could have seen it. There are times, Terry, as a bowler, you could fight the situation. You want to bowl too fast, and then nothing happens. But when it let it flow, let the game comes to you, the ball will deliver more faster than with even the effort that you're putting in, because the rhythm is just clean.
Exactly.
And that is what happened with Shajak today. The rhythm is just nice and flowing nicely, and the ball, he's hitting the right areas
Exactly.
also.
Yeah. Candice is rolling her arm over. Abdi, is she a bit of a cricketer, is she?
Yeah, she played some wind ball cricket.
Okay.
Yes, she have an idea of the game.
That's the hardest thing, though, isn't it? Getting them from wind ball to hard ball. The females, I mean. That transition.
Yes, because heavier, lighter ball, and to get them to understand. Cricket is cricket, but still is a different.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So the new batsman
is Joshua.
Joshua Thomas, and he'll be facing Shadrach Jr. In he comes now, and this ball well left just outside the off stump.
If you look again, Terry, see where he ended? There's a rhythm that's taking him there.
Right, yeah.
You'll see there's another game now. He'll be ending just about a quarter away from the crease, because the rhythm is not there. Yeah. Joshua have this little way about him, like if you just take a look at him, things like Chandra Paul, he has to touch his pad. I know he has this little thing of he just not his pad before he faces. Take a look at him. Yeah,
yeah.
Yes.
A lot of batsmen though, have these little superstitions and
yes. I remember there's a guy used to play at Pickett's with us, Barry Joseph, a cousin of mine. He's the same thing. He's a little short guy, but he before he faced the ball. Like, you're like, but it's just in him. That probably gets him ready.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So now that Gore has been dismissed, Barnard is going to continue. Much to the amusement of Abdi.
Yes, because these guys need to learn. I was just saying yesterday, our spin bowlers are too slow through the air. And because Karima is a notch above these guys, he could lunge in those and hit them away. Right? The normal batters will just push it for a single.
Right, yeah.
And so he has to learn that you got to put it through. And so that's a learning curve for him right there.
Short wind down the leg side, that first delivery. Beat everybody around down to the rope for 4 byes. The score moves up to 49-4-3. We're in over number 10.
And Malik is calling on Maryland. He should have skipped and stopped that one, even though it's a wide, you know.
That's swept well, but can't beat the short, fine leg. Mark's back after his afternoon exercises, Abdi.
Yeah.
He did very well there.
Surprise.
A whole bit uppish, that one. Whole lap he did. And jumped up on the table, I saw it.
Yeah, that feels like a mile and a half.
But surprisingly, Terry is not breathing as hard as I thought he would.
No.
So
He's
okay.
He's not feeling his hamstrings either, Abdi.
But as I was saying, Terry, an over.
Oh, an appeal. Trying to convince the umpire, I think, to not give it wide.
As I was saying, an over before, when Shedjak, just before he bowled that over, he's the one who needs to pull back. If he could get a wicket, not necessarily Karima, but he gets a wicket, could bring that parallel back, because Karima really took the ante up when he went.
Definitely.
Shedjak really came in and continued that rhythm, that really good spell he's in, and knock over Gore. And so the police seems to be more in the driving seat than Joshua Thomas is also hitter of the ball. Yeah, so they can't take him lightly. He also was a Mahiko player. I remember when he came to play for Mahiko against Pickets. He just normally hits in the corner region.
Okay.
Yeah, he hit 2-6 and then he's gone.
Right.
So he wasn't an issue for me, you know. But Mark, them had him on a pinnacle. But I took them down pretty easily. But he has improved a lot. Very, very much. Yeah.
Excellent.
And his keeping and his batting. Yes. Yes. And that's what you want to see as young players. Yeah, you want to see that improvement, and they come into a better person. And that's sometimes Terry, we think about more the cricketer than the person.
Right.
And the person has a lot to play with the cricketer himself.
True.
You know? And so he's going to a good young man. Good area. And Maryland is being very effective. Getting some blows in the process.
Yes, that's the word.
Yes.
Yes, effective.
Roller Polly Bartley's walking around the field. He played one game, Terry, for police, and it was a hilarious day.
Just down leg, I think, but
Yes.
he's in all the right areas, Abdi. His rhythm looks fantastic, and he's asking questions.
Yes.
Even
Yes.
at ball, and it was good to see the respect that he gave to Gore. He was actually turning around, appealing
Right.
for LBW.
Right. But
But
he
it
tick off
crashed
the
through
bed.
him. Yeah.
Taking me back, I remember early in my career when I really didn't understand the game that much. I was bowling. We were playing against Potters, and this guy Lewis were batting. I was bowling around the wicket, and he's a right-hander.
Oh, that's
that
got
kept
to be.
low. And the
Unless
peeler,
he,
no, his
yes,
hand
it has to be. Had to be given. That was a ground eater, that one.
I really kept low. They really kept low. And the importance of it was wicket to wicket.
Exactly.
As I was mentioning earlier on,
Mhm.
when you got to assess the wicket,
Mhm.
if it's bouncing, you got to go outside the fourth stump. But if it's keeping low, you attack the stumps, anything can happen. And so Shejek is really in a great spell.
Great spell, and could be a match-winning spell here for Police because he looks good, the rhythm's good, and as you say, Abdi, he's consistently bowling stump to stump. And
Yes.
if you get one like that keeps a bit low, you're in trouble if you miss it. And unfortunately, Thomas missed.
Yes. And the Police seems to be on a roll, and
Yep, that's
And,
the fourth wicket down for Liberta. And the score is
it's Brent Joseph.
52 for 4. We're in over number 11. So after being 25 without loss, and now 52 for 4. Of course, and to big up our sponsors for 44 years, great partnership, Abdi, ACB Caribbean Bank, sponsoring Parish League for 44 years, doing a sterling, outstanding job, and continuing on, giving these all players the opportunity to play this great league. Tuddy and the boys look after so very well here in Antigua and Barbuda. So kudos especially goes out to ACB Caribbean Bank and that fantastic partnership of sponsoring Parish League for some 44 years here in Antigua and Barbuda.
And when that sponsor started, Terry, baller was pitched up, and Joseph drive it to short mid on and fielded by Valentine, and there's no run. Yeah, as I was saying, when that sponsor started, that relationship started, I wasn't even dreaming of playing for Pickets.
Great.
Not even dreaming it started. And yeah, it's a really great relationship. It's still going strong. Fumbled somewhat at the mid square leg region by Janice and Richards, but
Well, she made good ground, though, quickly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. She's feeling at the forward square leg, but got to make some ground at the backward square position and stop any runs. So Graves is still there, opening the baton, but nicely stroked by Joseph. He himself also started with great potential with the under 15 zone cricket I was playing some years back, but he hasn't really propelled, you know, but the good thing he's playing and he's still in
Still has the interest.
yes.
Because I mean, they were unlucky. If anybody, the under 15s, under 14s, that age group, when COVID hit,
Yes.
because we had those good competitions,
Right.
and but then of course we had nothing for 2 years, so
Yeah.
you can lose them very quickly to,
Yes.
if not other sport, other interests and whatever.
Right.
So it's great to see them.
Or just lose them totally from
Yeah,
any sport
exactly.
because
Yeah,
of the
from
mental
sport in
aspect of
general.
it.
Yeah. Speaking of sport, but Carifta Games, did you see last night? We won a swimming gold medal.
Oh yeah,
Stubbs Green, 100-meter butterfly, and Fleming won the
Yeah, the 100-yard
the
sprint.
100-yard sprint.
that was- that was-
how's that? Eh? Two
Yeah,
gold
that was
medals
a surprise.
in
yeah,
one
I mean,
day. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, you should have heard the Bayesians. Wilkinson didn't even know. He couldn't even say Antigua and Barbuda.
yes, yes. And the coach for the Jamaican sprinter, who was the favorite, had to go on the track to hug him, to console him there. And he was so devastated. It was good for Antigua and Barbuda. It was good stuff.
Excellent, excellent.
Yes.
Took from the blocks and never looked back.
Yeah.
No.
But you know what? When I saw that, Terry, after the jubilation and stuff like that, I things like that for Antigua, I'm talking. I don't get head over heel.
Right.
Where I'll get head over heel is the continuation, and you will see that momentum goes to and keep that winning ability on the highest scale.
Right.
Then for him to just, you don't know where he is after that.
Yes, yeah.
So
yeah.
when
Very
that,
true.
you're right. Is the progression.
We'll see
stage
how
I
it
wanna
progresses
see.
from here.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's a good thing to win
excellent
gold.
achievement,
In
yeah.
Jamaica.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But you want to see the continuation
Right.
of that athlete.
No, fair enough. But
Yeah.
fantastic effort to
Yes.
both of them.
Yes.
One in the pool in Barbados and the other one on the truck in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff going on.
Took off and he never lost strength.
And he looks good while running. You know, he's very good. And he's on the 17.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
on the 17.
Yeah.
I thought they were older because they look mature while running, you know? After the age.
Yeah.
After they said the age, they were like, wow. So he have some.
And the swimmer, Stubbs Green, was in the 13 to 14.
Wow. So
Boys
that's a
13 to
good
14.
future ahead of them.
Right. Yeah. Oh, there's a chance. And that is a very soft dismissal. Looped up there by Barnard. And that is Joseph. Despondently walks off. He just knocked it straight to the short extra cover in Cornelius. And Liberta, Abdi have lost their fifth.
Yes, and things must be rolling for police because James took that catch. Normally he was spilling those, man. Things must be really going good for you.
And the score is...
He held on.
So 55-4-5. After being 25 without loss, they're now 55-5 Liberta and in trouble.
This is really, 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 really poor on the part of Liberta. As I said again, Terry, every team batting first, the goal should be batting 35 overs. Occupy the crease. We saw yesterday O'Malley. It wasn't effective. Well, he was effective. Weren't the traditional coaching style that you would
wasn't
coach.
Stylish or anything, but he got the job done.
Crease.
Yeah.
And he was the 8th wicket to fall.
Exactly.
And he opened the innings. You get it was a 43, and that's why the Mahaika could have a muster 163.
But is it the understanding and the reading of the game and the game situations that this young boy has come out now in Harris? He would be told, right? Occupy the crease. You would presume at 55-5.
Right.
But when he's dropped first ball, sharp chance to the solitary slip. Looks like Jones there slipping. He's put it down.
Jones was sleeping. Jones was sleeping. I could assure you he was sleeping.
It went quick to his left, but he grasped it. Much to the disgust of
Now, Terry.
the bowler. But what I'm saying is, does that really sink in though, or do they still go out there and just think, well, you know, if I come off, if I come off. If I don't, well, it wasn't only me that failed, type thing, and shift the responsibility, not wanting to play the long innings, and therefore you don't get anywhere near 35 overs if you lose early wickets.
Maybe they don't have the ability, Terry.
Right,
Maybe they don't have
right,
the ability.
right. Yeah.
You know, they've been told. But is to apply it to
actually doing it again. Flies past slip. This time to his right and a little lower, and they pick up 2. Moves the score on to 57 for 5. What you say to what you say, Mark? The slip's cordon's not nimble enough.
He wants to move.
no, Mark is just interfering with the scorers. Is that, you know.
And that one's down the leg side and helped along its way down towards the fine leg button, and they only ran
an
one.
Easy to run.
That was interesting. 1 leg by taken. Takes the score up to 58 for 5. We're in over number 13. 58 for 5, Liberta, after winning the toss and electing to bat. 58 for 5 in the 13th over. Being bowled by Cornelius. And again, this one has clean bowled him. He didn't have to worry and wait for his slip fielder then. That was a lot straighter delivery. Same pace really, but played all round it. And Liberta lose their 6th. See, the scorers are getting excited. She thought it was the 7th wicket, but not quite. You may know something we don't, but it's only 6 at the moment.
I was saying, Terry, all season long, these batters are not getting to the pitch of the ball. He hasn't covered that off stump.
At all.
Whether the ball didn't turn or not, you got to cover the line. It's on your stump. And I've seen it all season long. First class players in the Parish League.
Right.
And this is the first class player. You know, and the wicket hasn't played any trick whatsoever outside of they're keeping a bit low. It's only 1 wicket being dismissed by the law. Josh should get that
the
leg
lower
before.
bounce, yeah.
But the wicket has fallen from that perspective, right? And so still Go got a very good delivery. Yeah. Outside of that, there's some poor shots again. Selection.
True. But credit to the bowler, though, Abdi. 2 edges went to slip. The first one should have been caught. I just think he straightened his line a bit.
The batsmen are not covering the line.
Right. Regardless,
But
anyway.
they're covering the line. You as a bowler, you can take a ball off the edge to the slip, but then he's bowling off spin, and you get bowled off stump.
Off stump.
Not middle stump,
Right,
off stump.
yeah.
So you're not covering the ball. But you got to give the police team credit. This is the 9th game in a row, which likely they're going to win this.
Well,
unless we see some miracle.
Great start.
You know, but I mean, Maryland has so many options to choose from, Mark. Lowfield is just there relaxing. Hasn't bowled yesterday. Doesn't seem he's going to bowl today. Malik hasn't bowled yet.
New batsman is Javed Richardson. So Liberta 58 for 5.
A 6.
For 6, sorry, yes. And in all sorts of trouble here at Liberta. Cornelius has got the ball on a string by the look of it. Batsman playing from the crease. Just drops in front of slip to complete a very successful over. So at the end of over number 13, Liberta 58 for 6. And after winning the toss and electing to bat, they will not be happy with the state of play at the moment. as Abdi was saying. Couple of poor shot selections
Terry,
haven't helped their cause.
Terry,
Yes,
we're witnessing 12 man, 13 and 14 man walking out
We
with the
are,
police.
with drinks
team.
and everything round here.
Oh, Terry, I was making mention to the delivery which Carrie McGough got when Shedrick was turning back to appeal, but then there was a bail that came off.
Right, yeah.
I was making mention of that when I was playing against Potters way back in my day.
Mhm.
I was bowling around the wicket at this umpire Armstrong, and I got the ball to come back between bat and pad and bowl William Lewis, and I thought I was appealing for a leg before,
Right.
and so I was appealing to him. So the umpire said, "Oh, you appeal, but is it man get ball?" You know, this Cedric was appealing, but then you know, so those are times when you undone the batsman.
Yes,
The batsman
yeah.
can't do anything.
Just dropped short, caught and bowled. Half a chance, just dropping short of the.
Javi Richardson is Evie Richardson's son.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't seen him in quite a while, but he grows really tall. He was the batter, but he really the COVID. Some people get
Made him grow.
some people get fat in COVID. That was a beautiful shot played by Joan
Greaves.
Graves, and nice on drive, and he gets 4.
He's hanging in there though, a bit like yesterday with Mahaiko Abdi. The wickets are falling from one end and not two.
Yes.
So they've got that in their favour at the moment, Laberta.
Yeah,
In
that's
desperate
crucial.
need of a partnership though, obviously. The over comes to an end, so we've had 14 overs. 65 for 6 after 14 overs. And Laberta, after winning the toss here at Laberta and electing to take first strike, 65 for 6 after 14, Abdi. Two slips again for Cornelius. Oh, and
dropped.
that was dropped again, I'd say,
Oh.
by Merlin, who's
Oh, it's like-
wringing his hand.
Looks like the bat hit the glove. The keeper, Tom, but his hand was obviously in front of the stump, too close, and he's wringing his hand vigorously. Now, Terry, one way you could conquer James bowling, if you think that he's not turning the ball,
Mm-hmm.
if you're batting on leg stump, you could take a guard on middle. So
Right.
you're closer to the ball, so if he can get there, and if he's getting straight, then you can sweep him. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But they're still staying and pushing on the leg stump and still pushing at it, so when it doesn't turn, then it peels off the edge. Or this one turn. So then if you take that middle stump, when it turns, you sweep that.
Yes, yeah.
Right? Instead of having him creating that doubt and taking your edge. But I can assure you, if there's the Thomas or the goal was there, it would be a different kettle of fish.
Yes,
But
yes,
I
because
give-
these
yeah.
batsmen have been trying to play him off the crease.
Right.
And the sweep, as you say, Abdi, it would be a good ploy at the moment, especially since that there's nobody back with a square
Yeah.
on the onside.
And so he's bowling to a mid wicket on the bound. There's a short mid on and short straightish mid wicket and a mid on just outside the circle. It's a bad shot played by Jave. Ball is already passed. Too full in the first place.
Too full, too
and
wide.
Too wide and still dabbing out. And luckily he missed it. Roly Poly is leading the refreshment cart around the field. So Willie Key is at Police ground against Mahiko.
Yeah, I'll get the slow shot.
Okay. And we had an incident yesterday where Willie Key's game couldn't play at home because there's no water to prepare the wicket. I think that's not only unfortunate, but I think it's slack on the part of the Willie Key contingent because water must come sometime. Sometime the other grounds around
That's
Antigua have the
nicely
same problem
turned
with
by
water, but
Greaves
somebody's there to prepare the
for a
wicket.
single off
And so it's on their part. They're
Boston's first
participating in
delivery
a
of a new
competition. They
over.
have to make
And
their
that takes the
sacrifice.
score up to
So how that
67 for 6, and we're in over number 16.
Mm.
67 for 6, Liberta. Greaves still there though, so that will, as an opening bat, that will still give Liberta hope that they can post something challenging. But what would be challenging with this police team? Because they chased down 160 odd yesterday in a breeze.
They're oozing with confidence.
Mm.
I must say that. I mean, I know cricket is a game of glorious. Now that ball is
That's
high.
too high.
I think that's well played also by the young Jervy.
He played that delivery a lot better than he played the last delivery of the previous over.
Yes, yes, without playing a shot.
Right.
That's right. And you know, Terry, someone will hear. You made mention of well played when you leave alone a ball. There's one. How you? That's well played and you didn't play a shot.
Mm.
But
But that's cricket, and you know, even Vivi always says that people don't put enough emphasis on a good leave. A good leave can be as beneficial and as brilliant as a sweet cover drive.
Of course,
you know,
Terry. When you as a bowler, you and the batsman are leaving alone your ball. You want him to play.
Exactly.
You want him to play.
Yeah.
Because when he plays, then there's a chance of you getting him caught behind or hit the ball in the air to one of the fielder. But when he left alone that ball and especially when it's just breezing the stump and you're like, well played, he almost bowled, but he didn't bowl. So it's a well played shot.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So the score is now 67 for 6. Liberta batting, won the toss and chose to bat, and the police teams were oozing out with confident, playing their 9th game for the year. Cause
Again, beaten outside off stump.
now look at that, Terry. The foot outside the off stump, and he still played and get beaten. So you pick up the line, you leave it alone. We're just talking about a good shot being leave alone. He's reaching for it, and luckily,
it's to force that through the onside. Can't beat mid on, and there's no run.
it's a beautiful shot.
Coming back for the second, need to be quick. He just gets in.
Terry, you know, look at what Win can do. Win.
Mm.
You got the girlfriend of, well, the wife of Malik Gerard, and you got the girlfriend of Senior, and you got Roly Poly, and they're by the name of Bartley, who decide to walk around the field with their battle of Gatorade, a bottle of water, just to refresh the players around the ground. You know, this it's good.
But it's great to
That's
see.
great. When you win, you could create an atmosphere that's second to none.
Definitely.
And they're playing good. You have to give the police
They are.
team
They're playing
all the
well as
credit
a.
in the world.
They're playing well as a group. No?
Yes.
Again, peels off the outside edge, but along the ground this time, and that's a wild throw by the backward point fieldsman. Gives them an extra run. So 2 more to Liberta, takes the score up to 71 for 6.
And not only that, they produce another scorer out of the blue. You know, that's what winning will do. 72 for 6. Police batting first, won the toss and chose the bat. And then some spotted batter. You know, the good thing that there's, as I said yesterday, when wicket are falling from both ends, it could be more chaos than what really
Definitely.
what you're saying. But when one end is holding the team together, you could basically get a partnership here and propel some formidable score to police to chase. Because all you need, Terry, is just occupy the crease. And we saw that yesterday when Ian came to bat. When he came with Marley, it was 81 for 6.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Mhm.
And all they do is push around the ball,
They did nothing flash,
yeah.
kept it simple. And that's what Liberta will be looking for now to bat
Yeah.
around Michael Greaves, who's been there since the start. Just try, keep knocking the ball in the gaps, see how many you can get.
I'm picking up here, Terry. This pair is not the best of runners.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Oh,
When Graves and Smith was batting, when they're opening, you could have seen Smith were putting the pressure on short fine leg. Yeah.
yeah.
And we
And
just
they,
don't see that.
you could see they had a good understanding with
Yes.
each other. Yeah.
Yeah. But as I was saying yesterday, single, it's maybe the hardest thing to get in a cricket game, but it can be the easiest thing when you have an understanding.
Yes. Yeah. Again, a wild throw. But this time, Merlin does well, Abdi.
Yeah.
Stuck
Yeah.
the glove out.
Yeah, got to give him credit where credit is due. Because Mark has already stirred up the scores, and I don't want him to get at me. So, but he's been doing a good job, Terry, since yesterday.
Yes.
And
Exceptional job, Abdi.
that's what exceptional job. I said good, but you put the word exceptional.
Oh,
that one.
another one. It kept low, but dug out by Joseph just in time to complete the Boston over. So at the end of over number 18, 73 for 6 Liberta after 18 overs. What's Greaves? Greaves not out on 24.
And he's there for 18 overs.
And he's been there for 18 overs.
But again, it doesn't matter. You have 35 overs to bat.
Exactly.
And James Cornelius is bowling to 2 slip, having a field day.
Driven firmly to mid-on, and they take the single. given that Richardson has not really picked either spinner, should Greaves be taking a bit more of the responsibility instead of just taking a single off the first ball and letting see what happens with his partner?
I don't think at this stage a young man should be shielding a young man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
and he's not a
But if they're
a
all
fast
young in
bowler.
the team,
They're all young, and he's not a fast bowler. Whereas he got a shield. Yeah, where you got a shield a Walsh, a Courtney Walsh. But it's a learning process. And they're young, and
that's what Ian Tittle was saying yesterday when I interviewed him, Abdi, I asked him why he didn't bat up further up the order like we were saying, suggesting, and Mackenzie coming on maybe a little later, and should have come on a bit earlier. And he was saying, but the young side it's all a learning process, so he doesn't want to give them too much too early, having them take too much in type thing. Just let them naturally flow into the game.
Okay, that's his take of it.
That's a good coach's opinion on Terry. I mean, like what Taddy used to do is the same thing. It's not about winning; it's developing your own personal game.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, but Mark, it's a two-way sword, because when you look at the semi-final against Freetown,
Yeah, all the youngsters are the one that
no, Ian batted at 4, and Dean and they both scored 50 odd. No, my thing is, when he come in the middle, they get bat around him, and he teach them out in the middle instead of send them out to the wolves.
Right.
Yeah. And so I mean, he that's his take, and yeah,
I used to do that too with the youngsters.
yeah, because
Right.
because Terry out there is a different learning from coaching.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even when Ian is batting as a coach, he's a coach. He's still batting as a batter.
Right.
But from the experience, he can teach the youngsters on the spot what they're not doing. And it's not basic coaching. They're teaching them out there what they're not doing or what they should do. So that's his stake, and gotta respect someone's opinion. But I think generally we're seeing too many bad shots being played early up in innings.
Yeah, that's been the killer, hasn't it, for most teams? They're trying to play too many shots too early, and then all of a sudden they're 3 or 4 down.
It comes back to what I was saying, Terry, plan.
Right.
What's the plan?
What you're trying to get out of it.
The first, the opener pair had to say to themselves, we need to bat 15 overs within ourselves. When we take the shine off, we stay here for 15, we'll score.
Right.
Yeah? Learn to leave alone some balls. Because the aim is to bat long. Yeah? And so we don't see that enough.
No.
What we're saying is batters going out there to bat.
Right.
But there's not much very good delivery.
No,
being bowled to get wicket.
No, and it's not as if they're playing on green tops or something, or
exactly. Exactly.
There's Valentine back in the attack. He swapped ends. Completes that over, and at the end of over number 20, Liberta 76 for 6. Still 15 overs remaining. The problem, of course, they've only got the 4 wickets in hand, but they'd still be thinking if they could bat around Greaves, if he can keep going. He's been there for the 20 overs. Open the baton with Yuri Smith. Liberta will be thinking that they can still post something that could possibly challenge this police outfit, who are cock-a-hoop and in fine form.
Now that there's Maryland is really ringing the
Another
changes.
change, yeah.
Yeah, LaShawn is at the pavilion end now.
One was dragged down a bit.
I
Can't
remember
beat
when
point.
he started Mark at Mahiko. He used to have a terrible problem with no ball. Just from that steps, he's
When he's ready to ball, he let your foot get lost.
yeah. Yeah, but he comes a long way.
Oh.
Missed everything except
That's why Merlin's not happy. It's the only one he took cleanly. And the batsman didn't even have the courtesy to touch it, Abdi.
And out in his anger, he slams the ball in the ground. Like, why I didn't hit the ball? I took this one. Richardson technique is not very efficient.
Yes, he's
Yes,
not forward, he's not back.
Yeah.
He's just stuck on the crease. And that was better. A stride towards that and peeled off the out portion of the bat into the cover region, and they scampered 2, could be 3.
They're
No.
not two good runners, and they're two young men. Especially Javed Richardson, he's on the slow side, on the lazy side. And that's unlike his father.
So 2 more to the score, takes it up to 78. 78 for 6. We're in over number 21 of the Liberta innings after they won the toss and chose to bat. Left-handed. Barnard gives that some loop and it's hit straight, and that was too casual there by Shadrach Jr. Simple catch there at mid-on, and he took it far too casually, went up with the one hand and spilt it. So chance again goes a becking off Barnard's bowling.
He's not happy.
He's not happy.
Look at his body language.
He's never happy when a wicket
Never.
when a wicket doesn't go his way.
And he's
But he's certainly not happy now. It's
I
going to be a
gotta
long walk down to third man.
Yeah, and Terry, I can assure you, he's going to tell me, you see that catch, that Shedrick jump off me. Yeah, but that's him.
Got Ballantyne to continue. He'll be bowling to Richardson. This ball is slashed through the extra cover region, but well fielded this time by Shadrach Jr. Cornelius, sorry.
The live wire Cornelius.
Well bowled again by Ballantyne, but defended well by Richardson.
Terry, have you seen anyone who uses the feet to the spin ball?
Not at all. Not at all. Which is disappointing, Algie.
No,
And
that's
that
a good
is a
shot.
fine stroke. Got to the pitch of that one with a stride forward and belted it straight back over the bowler. Past mid-off into the boundary for 4. So a good-looking shot by Richardson.
That was a good shot. It was straight.
Takes the score
And,
up to 83. 83 for 6, and we're in over number 22. Moreland decides to leave the mid-off back, so it's now long off, and the mid-on is still in the circle. again, he goes high, doesn't get the connection he was looking for, and again, they only run one. So pretty ordinary running once again between these two. Mark says a single is the safest way, MD.
Well, the batsman got to know the limitation, and Javed is not the fastest of runner.
Greaves can't beat mid-wicket to end the over, so at the end of over number 22, Liberta 84 for 6.
And Terry is our competition, 35 limited over competition. Sir Richie Richardson been played at the Liberta Recreation Ground, and it's been sponsored by CB for some Caribbean for some 44 years. Terry, I'll
And that one is slashed again in the air through the cover region. They're coming back for the second this time. And after the misfield, they will get it comfortably.
my marriage, well, as I said, when this relationship started, I wasn't even thinking of playing, much less to be married. So it's even older than my marriage mark, and many marriages and relationships. So
It's an excellent partnership and great
it's a good thing.
great sponsorship for 4.5 decades. So all kudos to ACB Caribbean Bank sponsoring this terrific Parish League we have here in Antigua and Barbuda. Richardson looks to me, Abdi, like he's getting more confident. He's going to take control of this partnership. Or get out. Stroke nicely up to mid-off for another one. Right, yeah.
He's more running within his limit because he's not a good runner. He's very lazy. Since he's a small kid growing up, he had this lazy demeanor about him. Not that's really mean. In his mind, he's lazy, but it's just demeanor, body language.
And that's pulled, go through for a quick single, pulled straight to forward square leg. So they complete the single that brings the over to an end. So after 23 overs,
88 for 6.
88 for 6, yes.
Liberty batting first, won the toss and chose to bat and lay in some spot of butter. But Graves is there from the start, so holding the innings together as we saw yesterday.
Valentine to continue. That's struck firmly up to mid-off by Graves for a single. 89 for 6.
If Graves are going down to that end, Is there any score yet, Mark? Any score yet from the Mahiko?
Nicely played once again by Richardson, who was hustling for the second that time, but wasn't there. He does seem to be growing in confidence, though, Abdi. At least he's making an attempt to come forward to the spin. That's turned nicely by Greaves into the mid-wicket region for another quick single.
If the policemen are looking on the running between the wicket, they'll say that Richardson is not the best of runner, and if they could target his end, could put some pressure on him. Graves is more of an alert runner than him. It's the end of the 24th. The score is 91, 93 for 6. Roberta batting, Police, and they're playing against Police at the Liberta Recreation.
And everybody's going for a drink by the look of it.
And now the Jinx Cat for Police is going on. And Maryland is the first one who is running
he
from behind.
sprinted out there.
Yeah. Wow. Graves is on 30, playing a nice little control knock. Terry?
Yeah, no, he's played well and he's done his best to hold the innings together. But I would just like to see some opposition put some pressure on Police, because Police, to me, from what I've seen this season so far, is that they get into these positions where they can really drive home the advantage. They don't. They sit back and wait. As you say, they're full of confidence. So it's like whatever you post, we're going to chase anyway. But if teams put some pressure on them, so you've got 10 overs left here, all right, we're going to score at least 6 and over of these next 10 overs. And then we'll be 150, say. If we can get to 150, maybe we could stretch it to 170. Things go our way. Something like that mindset, while they're just keeping it tidy. Right. It could, that could make the difference. They would give them more of a challenge, maybe.
But again, it boils down to I just don't see enough thinking cricket, smart cricket, and so they just come and play again. The plan, how are you gonna beat the Police? You gotta look at, if you play against them 1 time, 2 times, you gotta know where their strengths are. And right off the bat, they started Malik as a pinch hitter up front. And in the middle, now you have the service of low field, and to the addition who wasn't there, but in the middle you have the Maryland who normally get his run. But if you look and see where the weaknesses are, and you bowl at that, you could probably put some pressure on them. But to me, like, these guys just play. Just play.
Yeah. They don't look for opportunities or read the game that intense, or they don't show that they do. Scores in from Seaview Farm. Seaview Farm are playing Newfield. Seaview Farm batting first, 140 for 2 after 21 overs.
That's a good.
They're going well.
Yeah. Beautiful shot by Graves through the cover, and coming around they're coming back for 2, but there's a fumble at the extra cover fence by Malik Gerard, and they got 2 easily in the end. So CV Farm is batting first, and they're
140 for 2.
40 from 22 overs for 2. That's a very good comeback from the last of yesterday's game. And they're home, right?
That one's pulled nicely by Graves through the mid-wicket region into the boundary for 4. 4 welcome runs for Laberta.
Graves is here, supported by his father.
And that takes the score up to 99. 99 for 6.
96.
99.
99 for 6. And Graves on 36. Playing a nice
Yep.
little...
Oh, that was well flighted. Big appeal,
played.
but
Could have
not
heard
out.
the edge. But yeah, CV Farm lost their game against Freetown yesterday, and now they have a good start at home
Against
today.
Newfield. Mm.
So yeah,
Well played again by Graves for the single. So this is what we were saying though. If they can get busy in these last 10 overs, try and put something challenging on the board. For them to bowl at against this very good police outfit. Well bowled again by Barnard, but defended well by Richardson to bring the over to an end. So after 25 overs, 100. After 25 overs, Laberta 100 for 6. And this pair for the 7th wicket thus far have put on 41.
and this is a good nice little cameo, and 41 without any hurrah.
Major, no?
Yeah, just pushing it around. Again, Terry, we've seen this. We saw this yesterday, and a flurry of wicket been lost, and then there's a partnership
There's a
behind
partnership,
which
yep.
does nothing flamboyant, just push it around, and you. So
you wonder why.
Yeah.
That's not the mindset from the from the beginning. And again, the running are very poor. It was stroked through the extra cover region. The long off had a long way to come around the boundary there, but again, lack of communication and lack of hard running the first one hard. They only get a single. And they've brought in, taken the man from mid wicket into short extra covers. So they got 2 short extra covers and a cover point sweeping on the boundary. That's a backward point. Richardson does like to go through that cover region, and occasionally it has been aerial. But that was well played just forward of point, who runs around and cannot prevent the single. So 1 more to Richardson, 1 more to Laberta. They move up to 102 for 6. And that one again keeps low, but played from the crease by Graves.
And another score has come to Terry. Wilkie is batting first. They are 148 for 2
Okay.
in 18 overs against Mahiko
Wow.
at the police ground.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a top start.
Yeah, two good scores.
Yeah.
Willie Keys and then CV Farm. Those are 2 good scores that been posted so far. And those are 2. Well, CV Farm is a good batting wicket, and the ground is small. And Police
what
ground
Police
is
is
a
like.
very good batting wicket, and the outfield is fast. So there's not enough runs that you can have to relax on both grounds.
True. Yep.
Yeah. But it's a good,
But
it's a good start here
excellent
for
starts though,
Willie
yeah.
Keys. Yeah.
So
it'd be good to get some individual scores also from this total, because the 148 for two, somebody gotta got some
big runs.
big runs out of the total, unless there are many extras. Like, well, this should be two easily. To every
This
time,
time, every time he turns, he drops his bat. no?
that's just about to say that. Every time Richardson turns, probably he can't run the two with the load. You got to drop the load.
Great.
As we watch Roly Poly over the pavilion looking on, has done his the waterman's duty just 5 minutes ago.
Well, he takes a leading edge, but falls safely. Lucky there for Grace, trying to hit against the turn. As Mark Charles does his second lap for the afternoon.
Looking good doing it.
Ah, look at the style.
Yeah. That's brilliant batting.
Excellent. They're fighting back here, Loberta. There's a good little partnership that's got going.
No, look, if you look, Terry, he had two slips before.
Exactly.
Now there's none.
There's none.
Yeah. It's well played.
And he watching the ball very well. Yeah, it's a rather ringed defensive field. It's only the short extra cover really that's in a catching position and the backward point. They're just ticking the runs off nicely.
With a police team that is oozing with so many confidence, Terry. Every time I see there's a partnership being played against them, any team, they spread, they ease off the pressure.
That's what I say. Yeah.
You know, and hoping that this can happen instead of make it happen.
Exactly. A lot of these games, or every game I've seen them play,
Yeah.
they could finish the innings a lot quicker than what they do. And as I say, maybe it'll be today, but it'll only take one team to keep
to disrupt them.
keep the partnership going, and then all of a sudden the score, you thought you were going to be chasing say 120, now you're chasing 180 or something.
Right.
But unfortunately, we haven't seen that from the opposition as yet. But these two in Graves and Richardson are going well, and that's cut backward of point down to the boundary for 4 more to Graves. That's a good start to the over. Valentine over, 4 off the first delivery. That moves the score up to 110 for 6. And we're in over number 28. So 110 for 6. They were 660.
And Graves and 46.
46, yeah. And they were 59 for 6. So that's 50 partnership coming up for the 7th wicket. Pure for LBW, and should have been run out. And what? But look at that, Abdi. What is Moreland doing?
Yeah.
He's standing right at the stumps, but he never made no effort to. And Richardson would have been out by a couple of yards. Underarm return,
111.
but instead of looking to field the ball, keeper Moreland just let it roll past, and Richardson was able to make his ground. Poor cricket, really.
Very poor cricket on the part, even on Richardson, who weren't backing up, and on the keeper, who didn't even make an effort.
Didn't move a muscle from his original position.
If you look at Richardson defending, his upper body is too much over the ball, like he's lying down on the ball. You need to be more upright watching, he's laying down on the ball, so it's like a lounge instead of a prod,
Right. Yes, because I was just noticing before that he'd be in a spot of bother if he was on a surface that had any type of bounce,
Yes, yes.
because he's
Right.
getting far
Too
low
low,
down.
yeah.
Yeah. That brings over number 28 to a close, and after 28 overs, Roberta 112.46, making a revival of sorts here. They were 59.46, but Richardson joined
59 for 6.
Graves. Yep, they were 59 for 6, and they're now 112 for 6.
Now it's
Put on
112.
some 53 runs for the 7th wicket so far, and bringing Roberta back into this contest. Another 8 overs or so remaining, so get a run of ball here, they'd be thinking 150. You never know, just might be enough today. It wasn't yesterday. Mahiko posted 160 odd, that wasn't enough, but today's another day, different ground, of course. Playing here at the beautiful Roberta Sports Complex, blazing sunshine, nice breeze blowing across the ground. Few locals in attendance. There's Barnard in again to Richardson, and Richardson is cutting this through the cover region. He's looking for 2 when Graves wasn't even looking at him. Beats the return back.
It looks like Richardson made his mind up to run when
regardless.
yeah.
Tossed up by Barnard. Hit straight to short, extra cover by Greaves. No run. One's pushed through a little quicker. Tried to deflate cut there by Greaves, but can't beat the backward point fielder, and there's no run. Barnard's bowled well. Fairly tight, and he's been unlucky on a couple of occasions, couple of chances going down off his bowling.
Terry, I was saying yesterday that singles is where you build an innings from, and you've seen many singles in the Mahiko innings, even though they didn't get enough runs, and we're seeing it again with
today.
the Liberty innings. Instead of being extravagant, the singles are there to have.
Yes.
You know, the 4 will come.
Most definitely. I mean, they got what, 4 or 5 of the, no, they got 6. Yeah, they got 6 off that over, and it was just pushing singles.
Yeah.
So we've had 29 overs here at Roberta, and Roberta, after winning the toss and choosing to bat, 118 for 6. Making a good comeback here between this seventh wicket pair of Greaves and Richardson. Put on 59 runs for the 7th wicket, unbroken so far. And there's a peer for a caught behind, and the bowler is very confident.
The umpire said no.
The umpire is unmoved. Bowler was extremely confident. He didn't even turn around to look at the umpire. Captain Moreland took the catch. He was confident. He was just confident that it stuck in the gloves.
Well, it fumbles it. It hit him, and so he was happy that he took it on the second rebound, and umpire said no. And the umpire decision is final. So the James Field is short fine leg, wideish, a deep mid wicket, and the fence is still mid off, still mid on. Ball that
Bit
was
quicker there by Cornelius, and this time he gets his man. Chipped straight to one of two short extra covers, and Greaves' long innings comes to an end. Liberta lose their 7th wicket. In the meantime, I can tell you St. Paul's playing Freetown. And Freetown 81 for 5 off 19 overs. So that's Freetown batting first against St. Paul's. 81 for 5 off 19 overs. But here at Liberta, the score is 114 for 7 in the 30th over. 114 for 7 is Liberta. Graves fell for
47. 47.
47, it looks like, yeah. Yeah. Graves went for 47 to
And
leave
Terry-
Liberta 114 for 7.
And I think that was a very soft dismissal.
Very soft,
Very
yes.
soft dismissal.
After all that he'd been through,
Yeah.
and he batted very well.
Yeah.
The partnership was more than promising. It was bringing them back into the game. They put on, 41-55 for the 7th wicket.
I thought the ball was bomb until
I thought he hit it in the ground. Yeah,
until the celebration.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we see in the veteran of Ian Go now who replacing Graves. And I can assure you, Terry, he's not going to
He's
stay
not
there.
gonna hang around.
He's going to score. Yeah.
That one's tossed up by Cornelius, left alone by Gore. Merlin has a few choice words.
For what I don't know.
Sure, but brings the over to an end. So we've had 30 overs here at Liberta.
But Terry, I won't be surprised if we see a run out there because no.
Well, with
you know
Richardson
something.
batting.
Yeah, you know something about past players, as in Ian Go. He's an aggressive individual. So even though age is against him, he's still gonna see a run that he normally runs.
Right, and just run.
And just run it. Yeah, so he will push.
This could be
Richardson.
very entertaining.
Yeah. It's amazing that when he used to play the game, the way he used to play it, he is just.
There we go.
Now, if Graves was batting with him, he wouldn't run that because he's gonna push him out of his crease.
Right.
And look, and I can assure you, a few 2 runs, and then you're gonna see Igo is down on his. But he cannot do nothing different because of his nature.
Right, yeah.
Yes. But he was a very good, effective, and good cricketer in his days.
Definitely.
Yeah. He's a very nippy, even though he's that shortish. He's a very nippy, he swings the ball a lot. And hit the ball a long way.
Barnard into him now, and he
No,
goes
he's
for
not
the
gonna, he's not. Watch.
big
He's gonna
hoik.
push-
Gets the bottom of the bat. They're going back for 2. Another misfield there at long on.
No.
2 more to Liberta.
All of a sudden, Maryland is sending long off a long on the fence to a new batter.
Exactly. All because he's got the reputation of hitting the ball.
Yeah. But not
But
only
you're
that.
7 down.
Yeah. And so the police team never really go home for the kill.
No, not at all.
You know?
And that, as I keep saying, Abdi, that is where I feel some team eventually must take advantage of that.
Yes, yes.
Wide down the leg side, and they take a run as well. So 2 more to Liberta.
Is it-
119 for 7. And that one is hit hard, but straight down,
I know he was
long
gonna-
off throats.
He's not gonna hold back.
And go depart. So Liberta lose their 8th. Barnard finally gets his first, thoroughly deserved. And that makes it 119 for 8. And win over number 31. So 119 for 8 Liberta.
Smith, Yuri's brother.
You think 130 will be enough? This is, by the way, Abdi. This is the same gentleman that said Mahaiko. Mahaiko, we're gonna take. What was it? 5 wickets in 5 minutes or something yesterday.
Right after the break, and then Bika Moit, also a legend of the Mahaiko cricket team. We say when he reached to the gate,
That's
3
right.
wickets will fall. But
Right.
we didn't see that at all.
We didn't.
But it's all in the spirit of the game, Terry.
Definitely, definitely. And you never know, as they say, runs on the board, runs on the board.
That's right. That's right. But we have seen runs on the board and the police team just take
Just-
it off easily.
Just cruise.
All
Just
season.
cruise.
But you know, it only takes a team to beat them, and then you'll find some disruption in the camp,
Right,
and then
yeah.
another loose come there, and then you say, start has some argument, and then, but it's interested. Ball outside the off stump, and
Who replaced Gore?
David Smith, and who's the other batter?
Devin Smith, okay. And Richardson is still there.
Oh, Richardson.
Yeah.
They're big, yeah. That's Yuri Smith's brother.
Right. Cornelius looking to continue. Be bowling to Richardson. Flighted and hit firmly up to long on for a single. So it's one more to Richardson. And the score moves on to 120. 120 for 8. We're in over number 32. And that is bowling. Another pretty soft dismissal. He just missed something, Abdi.
He swept the ball as on his stump. And
He swept it straight back on the stump. No? Disappointing end, as was the beginning for Liberta. The innings just falling away here after that seventh wicket stand of 55. Tried to bring them, haul them back into the game, but they're losing their way again once police were able to break that partnership. So the 9th wicket is now fallen with the score on 120. So 120 for 9. They've still got 3.5 overs, 4 overs. 3.5 overs left with just the 1 wicket now, Abdi. And more importantly, only 120 on the board.
And Mark saying 130 is good in this
Well,
wicket.
so they only need another 10 runs off these next
According to Mark.
Of these next 20
But
odd deliveries.
his prophetic words don't really come to pass.
Don't look too confident though. The last batsman when the ground staff start walking towards the rope though, Abdi. But it has been another good disciplined bowling performance by Police, you must say. Couple of ordinary shots, but they've kept at this Liberta batting lineup. I'm quite sure after winning the toss, Liberta would have been looking for a lot more than the 120 that they have so far. But nevertheless, they've still got the 1 wicket remaining.
I think, Terry, the two balls that really create all this is the two balls being bowled by Vincent Shredjak to Kareem Agor and to Joshua Thomas. The one that kept low and he got a leg before, and the one that he bowled down Gore, because those two guys could have changed the whole fortune of the game. So even though he got 2 wickets and misfielded some ball, that was 2 wickets are huge in the context of the game.
Yeah, and I'd even go a little further, Abdi, and say that it was that spell because of the rhythm he was in, because of the areas that he was bowling and asking many questions, changed the complexion of the Liberta inning.
That's right. That's right.
And we've got a bowling change and slash back past the bowler in the air. Now I've done, and Moreland almost covered a wild return. Must have been a bad bounce. It must have been a bad bounce, Abdi.
Come on, Terry, be nice to Maryland. A good bad bounce. The ball went through. The ball went through everything for Maryland. He went down, he went to his gloves, he went to his hands, he went to his knees, everything. And he was rolling all over the ground. So I don't know what he went down for, Mark. It's like you cover everything and he say get ball. Yeah, he was down and rolling and the ball still went through everything. And the score is not too pleased, but
no, the score is not happy at all.
Yeah. It's well played.
Delivery, who was Boston? Boston replacing Barnard from the pavilion end.
Well, I don't understand.
Nicely forward in defence that time. Oh, and he's giving him stop now. Yeah. That was a smart piece of keeping there by Captain Moreland Abdi.
Now the score have the last
quick
laugh.
as lightning.
Now the score have the last laugh. Yeah, that was good. That was good stomping.
Jeffrey Dew should be proud of that. Whip those bails off. Got him stumping. James has to go. That completes the Liberta innings. Stumped Boston and bowled out for 123 all out of 30. Of 33.1 overs. So 123 all out Liberta after.
Not one.
It can't be point one. Point three. Right. Yeah, because yeah. So 123 all out of 33.3 overs. Top scorer for Roberta was Michael Graves, who made 47. And Javad Richardson, looks like 29 not out or thereabouts. They had the partnership, the only significant partnership in the innings of 55 for the 7th wicket. But Liberta, after choosing to bat first here at Liberta Sports Club against Police, have been bowled out for 123. Michael Graves, top scorer with 47. I'll just get the bowling figures for you shortly, but they've been bowled out for 123 in 33.3 overs, which means that Police will require 124 to win. And with the form they're in, Abdi, it could be quite a stroll for the Police team, but very well done to them, bowling Liberta out for 123, and that was off 33.3 overs. Michael Graves being the top scorer for Liberta with a well-played 47, but unfortunately he couldn't find anybody to hang around with him, although Richardson did play well for his 29 not out, and they put on 55 for the 7th wicket of the Liberta innings. But unfortunately that was the only significant partnership throughout the innings. Police keeping the pressure on, and in the end bowling Liberta all out for 129. Liberta all out for 123 of 33.3 overs. Greaves 47, Richardson 29 not out, and we should have the bowling figures for you very shortly. That all bowlers chipped in with a couple of wickets, but the most significant bowler and the one that changed the course of the Liberta innings was definitely Vincent Shadrock Jr. He looked in great rhythm today, bowled very, very well, Abdi.
Yeah, see, from the onset, I picked that up just as yesterday when I picked up how Jones looked for Police, and he went through playing very well, and the rhythm was just nice for Shadrock, and you could have seen that, and he got 2 big wickets, changed the whole complex of the game for Liberta. So Liberta won the toss and chose to bat, and they was bowled out by Police for 123 in 33.3 overs. And we're just waiting the tallying up of the score to give us some bowling figures. That's for 29 overs. But they're still batting? No? Okay. Away good for So just an update on the other scores around playing. The new Sevier Farm against Newfield. And this is free. Oh. So Freetown is 104 for 6 from 25 overs. They're playing against St. Paul's at Freetown. And CV Farm at home against the Newfield team. They're 203 for 2 of 29 overs. And when we hear first, the Wilkie team was 148 for 2 of 18 overs. They're playing against the Mahiko at the Police Recreation Ground. So there's some high scores around. So we're just waiting some individual totals. So we're showing a little clips of Police and Mahiko game, previous preview game. So take a look, viewers, until the resumption of the innings. Police will be chasing 124 for victory against the Bird.
Pretty good game.
Very good game. I see Nicholas in his pads. I don't know if policemen want to give him some redemption. You can give him a strike mark, after the first game, and after cut the scores again. So, I don't know. We're looking to have some mercy on him.
They just might.
Herrera, the Valentine.
Might have been a drop shot. Something like a drop shot.
Gerard, really well. I think he's the first time I've seen him play on the soft hands. That's for him.
He's improving.
Yeah, improving. I will give it the improvement award. I can't use it like
Yeah, after I was just watching him back there while I was saying, confident. That's a chance here. Driven there by Valentine to the left of that Amos, and he laid down. I wouldn't say he from himself, but he laid down, and the ball just grazed his fingertip. And a chance, I think he would have said that he would have had 9 out of 10 times. Bad miss there.
a very bad miss, knowing that Tracy when he gets over on this wicket. But then it's very easy on this wicket, I think I want to bat. Yeah, I'm going to bat him. 87. Hey?
87.
87.
Up to now?
Yeah. Malik.
Bring a pad up now.
Go ahead. Me not understand you.
Up the private.
Yeah. So
Alright,
yeah.
so over, how many overs? Now 19. 50 overs. And so Jason, 160, 68 to win, 81, 87 for one. So good, decently right. And over. Still there. We go batting, I would say control. I think control from what I see is the right. Him.
Malik is just being Malik. Malik just plays the unorthodox way and doesn't play please nobody but himself. And you know, when it works, it's good.
Sliding down the left side of the bridge, and lobbing up Joel. Joel coming in to ball. Very simple, not seeing really. Very quick. So far, that's been
Malik is a very busy body to be feeling with you as well to feeling with him. So you can something to put some pressure on the feeling. But I'm glad that you were here to describe the black kid Rooney. Yeah, because earlier I was saying that the wicketkeeper for police wasn't moving, was throwing his body on the ground instead of moving. But you could describe was what you saw and that's
a big line in there by Gerald, and side arm back. Yeah, that's not the coming strike. Third man. Medium piece, and the other
You know how to do it. Theory, you wouldn't be theory. Yes, 74 out of height.
Let's get two voters one.
That's okay.
And I told her you would take
Yes,
care of
yeah,
it.
sure. Yeah. You bring some for the man, then what?
And she, oh sorry man. Yeah, hold this.
No, no, wait a minute. You said to me, you old man. Well, I'm going to get the water.
You want?
It's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But she looked at me as if I was still in shock. I only wanted a bit of water.
Hey, you should look at you a bit of fun and jigger.
anything too?
Eh? I'm not getting a point, but the woman said she have she want the drink.
You anything you?
Make me the ready yet, man. You want me to go prison the place, man?
Hey. Monday afternoon, Friday, about 4. You're still in High Street,
Yeah.
okay. But I need a couple of more shows. And yeah, this how does it go? Because it's live, right?
Yeah, but
But you have
there's
the
a report.
statistics,
Yeah,
right?
there's a report.
Right, okay.
Right, and we can get this. And then you'll be going for the statistics point of view. We have an analyst, which is Sam.
Yes,
So we're back, and the police team has 124 to get for victory. They're playing against the Liberta team at the Liberta Pro Recreation Ground. And Terry, you will be watching Laura Field will be taking first strike, and Malik Gerard was at the non-striker end. And so they chased down 164 yesterday for victory against Mahiko. And today is a Parish score 123. But you know, Malik doesn't play no different with 102, 150, on 200. Malik plays the same way. But lower field will be facing Ian Gore, the veteran Ian Gore, bowling from the pavilion end.
excellent. So we're all sitting. I was talking to the umpires during the break, and they were saying standing back on the 30-meter line is no trouble seeing the line or anything, because what they do is they put 1 foot either side of the line,
And so the line basically between them.
between them.
Okay.
And that's how they judge.
Okay.
Gore's first delivery is whipped off the legs by Lowenfield into the boundary for 4. A good start there for Police.
Yeah, he's looking swing. And well, he doesn't really have the strength that he used to have, so he depended now on his swing, but it badly line delivery, and it was easily put away by Lowerfield.
Police underway, 4 without loss. The first over in pursuit of 124 for victory. Earlier, Roberta, after choosing to bat first on winning the toss, were bowled out for 123 of 32.5 overs. Michael Graves top scoring with 47. That one is wide outside the off stump, left alone by Lowenfield, and it rolls through to the keeper.
Ian Go, he played in the first competition, he played for Willie Keys. There are quite a few players also who played for different teams, but now when they're
Another very close big shot for LBW, and Gore collapses in disbelief and now crawls along the ground. Still can't believe that umpire Candace didn't raise her finger. Must have been very close though, Abdi,
yeah,
judging by the reactions.
yeah. But as you know, when you're in this position, 124 for victory or 123 to defend, in a
You
little
need everything.
yeah. So
That one again keeps a bit low. But it was good to see Gerald though walk up to Lowenfield and just say, hey, you know, keep it a bit low, or that one jag back, or whatever they said. But it's good to see the communication between the two Police opening batsmen.
it'd be good to know what he told him, 'cause 12 ball.
One wide down the leg side again by Gore. Signal wide by the umpire. So the score moves on to 5 without loss. We're in the first over here, the Police innings. Another full pitch delivery. Hit straight to mid-off. They take the single and comfortably through to complete the over. So first over being bowled for the Police innings. And chasing 124 for victory. And they are 6 without loss after 1 over.
Yeah, but then why hear Mrs. Jones? Don't let me hear you. Don't let me hear you.
That's Vincent Shedrick Sr. creating some mischief. And we just watching Captain Merlin hanging over the balcony.
Tough day behind the
a very
sticks,
tough
wow.
day. One.
I was supporting you, Derek. I was supporting you. It didn't look easy.
So Terry, we're seeing history. Father and son opening the ball for
There you go.
Liberta. Karima. And so the father of Karima Gore, we see opening the first over, and now Karima,
Himself.
yes, coming from the police end, or the northern end. There's a police station at the back of.
Keeping it very tight so far is Karim Agor. Getting through his over nice and quickly. Obviously,
Yeah,
they
There's a few
need a
steps.
couple of quick wickets. Try and put police on the back foot early.
Now there's a change from around, from over, from around to over, and
Just
And-
misses the outside edge. To complete the over, so we've had 2 overs. The score is 6. Yes, 6 without loss. Lowenfield is on 5. Gerald yet to get off the mark.
so Ian Gore coming from the pavilion end, and he's bowling to a third man, a slip, cover point, cover, extra cover, long off to Malik, who's driving to mid on and run right away, and he's that type of player. So if he's batting with somebody who doesn't back up well, he could be in some trouble.
Definitely, yes, because he takes off every opportunity.
At the same time, it's good when you can put pressure on the fielders, because then
Right.
there's an element of, of him making some mistakes.
Spectacular diving stop there by a senior goal.
Yeah, that's a glimpse of his youthful days.
Yes. Yeah.
He normally fields in the gully region, and when ball goes there, he's showing himself like a goalkeeper. Yeah, in his day.
It's well bowled, well played. A slower delivery from goal. Be hunting wickets in packs though, will Liberta. Try and make early inroads into this police batting lineup. Again, and that's driven firmly straight back past the bowler. Long on comes around, does the fielding. 1 more to Lowenfield. He moves on to 7. The score 8 without loss. We're in over number 3.
So we get some score, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
Freetown 154 for 6 from 30 overs against St. Paul's at Freetown. And Sevier Farm, they scored 233 for 5 of 34 overs. And Willie Keys 246 for 8 on 31 overs. There's a lot of runs being scored.
Two excellent scores, yes.
Oh, that's
Kerry Mendel.
Benter.
Bender.
Ben-
Oh, Benter, Darren
yeah.
Bender.
Yeah.
But 233 and by Seaview Farm and 246 by Willikes will definitely take some chasing.
Yeah. And the wicket.
Meantime, here at Liberta Sports Complex, Liberta earlier bowled out
Vincent
for
Shedger
123,
Senior is
32.5 overs, and in reply, we've had 3 overs of the police innings looking for 124 to win, and they're currently 8 without loss. A quiet start here by police. Gore Senior and Gore Junior opening the bowling for Liberta. It'll be Karima Gore coming in. He's left arm orthodox from the northern end of the ground. Ground still bathed in sunshine late on Easter Sunday afternoon. Happy Easter to everyone, and that's knocked high over the mid-wicket region and takes off on the bounce over the rope for more. It's time to Gerald gets him going. The score moves on to 12. So 12 without loss. We're in over number 4. Good shot though, Abdi. Good safe shot.
Yeah, that's Malik. It's a ball that lower field would have probably defended, but Malik is that type of player who doesn't look on the scoreboard, he plays.
And that is a bad bit of fielding there. It was struck straight to short extra cover. Nobody moved. He threw back, returned to the wicket keeper, but was ill-directed. So giving away runs, Abdi.
Yeah, but they don't have.
Which they don't have, exactly.
Malik was telling me this morning, Terry, that his pride was disturbed yesterday after he was struck in the helmet. Malik.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
His pride was disturbed. So he was asking me if I noticed I didn't see him after the game. I said yes. He said he went home and told his wife that the captain said he could take an early one instead of telling his wife what really happened.
Oh, and that one nearly got through Lone Field. Cream go coming over the wicket to the left-hander, so left-hander to left-hander. I was going to say though, not that it didn't, and it wasn't a serious blow, but we have the concussion rules in play. Is anybody? There's nobody to check them though, really, is there?
No, there's no one to check them. But I don't know if there's a concussion rule is in effect with the Parish League.
Right, right. Yeah, Gerald.
But I know in the ABC, there's a rule, and there's if someone got sick while batting. I don't know if the concussion, but sick. I know that there's a super player,
super sub
could replace him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just curious because I remember doing the under 19s tri-series before they went to the 2020 World Cup, and a guy, a Sri Lankan guy who was batting at the time, got hit from a return. Another good single taken by Gerald. Got hit from a return from the outfield. He was running. Ball bounced, shot off the grass, smacked him straight in the head. And he should have gone off, but they left him on. And a couple of balls later, he was dismissed. Yeah, but you could see he was shaking.
He was out.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but he should have gone off for being blown in the head. But we were saying though, would they be able to bring in somebody, because it wasn't actually in the delivery.
All right.
It was, it happened accident in the field. But I'm not sure the ICC full ruling on that.
But how funny how rule changes. Oh,
And that is clean ball, cleaned him up beautifully there. Did go straight through low field. Police lose their first, exactly what Mahaiko required. Liberta required, beg your pardon. And Lowenfield goes comprehensively bowled by Go for 6, and Police lose their first wicket. With the score on 14. So 14 for 1 are Police in pursuit of 124 for victory.
But Terry, back in the day, in the Andy Roberts days, in the Dennis Lilly days, many people used to get hit in the helmet, and there was no concussion rules.
Exactly.
And you just, get some water, the physio come out and to check you're good, and you continue batting.
Exactly.
But
and don't you think it's made for a softer type of cricketer?
Yeah.
Because they're expecting to get hit, type thing. They got the protection. They think they're covered and everything like that. So they're not as immune, should you say, or can you say, to fast bowling? Because look at it. Just take it from a West Indies point of view. It's got a hell of a lot to do with the pitches, but I still say it's got a lot to do with the equipment too. Since Richardson, we haven't had anybody that can hook or pull.
Right.
Why is that?
They just can't hook up. I mean, in those days, really and truly, you got no choice on the hook and pull, because there was no.
Even going back before that, when they didn't have helmets,
Right.
uncovered pitches, people got hit left, right, and center, but they kept going.
Yeah. All right. But as you get better pitches, you get better protected gears. You are now limited to short pitch delivery.
Right.
And then you still have the protection laws on your side. Just get a hit and then you could go out and, relax and somebody can replace you.
Right.
It's that's just not the cricket that I accustomed to.
No. It's too much.
Yeah.
It's always been a batsman's game, yes, but it's too much in the batsman's favor these days.
Of course.
From
the
pitches to equipment to whatever.
The wicket is
It's
batsman friendly.
batsman, yeah.
And the bowler cannot bowl more than 2 over. And so he's already make his mind up, well, I can get in the front foot. Unless you as well played by Jones, continue from yesterday.
Yeah, tickle
That's a
the
good
first one
start.
down to fine leg and then single off the next ball.
So it's just funny how things are strange.
Yeah, but I'm not convinced though, Abdi, that they've changed for the better, is all
No,
I'm saying.
no.
Yeah.
No. Malik has finally defended
He's
the ball.
found his forward defense.
But if you notice, in defending the ball, his head was so over on the hand side, he got the back foot to balance him. So he's not accustomed in defending, but he did it, and awkwardly, but effectively, Mark. So I got to give him thumbs up. Finally, Malik defends the ball.
Police have moved on
But
now
there's
to. What's this? 19. So they're 19 for 1, and we're in. $19 for 1, and we're in the 5th over. Quick single taken, well judged in the end between Jones and Malik. Gerald?
And over the years they keep on taunting with the game that we know. Like in October the it will come into effect where if you hit a ball in the air and you crosses,
Yes.
whether you cross or not,
The
new
incoming
batter
batsmen have to face. Right,
mean,
right. The man card, you won't need to. They'll judge it as a normal
Right.
run out. There won't be any warnings and things like that. Yeah, yeah.
To me, that took take away from the game. Mm,
I agree, Abdi, fully. It's not cricket how we know it. Well fielded there. Short extra cover. The 2 goals keeping it tight, but just the 1 wicket so far. That's peeled off the edge of Gerald's bats. He was looking to hoik that over the mid-wicket region. It come off the edge, but flew well over slip.
Soon, Terry, they'll bring a rule in where they can't shield a batsman.
Well, I was going to say soon underarms will be legal and they'll be using tennis balls. Because they've got this theory, and especially in the bigger countries who make the decisions, they got this theory that people want to see the ball flying over the fence,
Right.
which is garbage. If it's not a bat and ball contest, then it's not a contest.
Whereas now they'll be looking on the game. Whereas let's say let's Chandra Paul is shielding watch, and because of the game he need to shield watch to keep the West Indies intact, right? And so, what do you find? The game could be a boring period between there. And so they will probably look at that and say, look, we want some more excitement in Test cricket. We could take you shielding a batsman.
Right.
Which taunted with the game again.
Exactly. You're just tinkering with it, but you're tinkering with it in all the wrong areas. And that's pulled beautifully there by Gerald all along the ground into the boundary for 4 in front of square. And that takes the score up to, just getting that for you,
27.
27 for 1, and we're in over number 7. Goal comes in again to Gerald, and this is looks to turn this, and a chance here, but wow, both batsmen were almost at the same end there, looking to take the single Jones run. Gerald didn't, but the keeper fumbled. Well, bring it up to date. Seaview Farm 245 for 6 after 35 overs. 245 for 6 playing Newfield. Hilroy Andrew 112. That's excellent batting there by Hilroy. And Willickeys 246 for 8 after 31 overs. Willickeys 246 for 8 after 31 against Mahaiko. Freetown 154 for 6 after 30. That's Freetown 154 for 6 after 30. And that's against St. Paul's. But Seaview Farm 245 for 6 after 35. Hilroy Andrew 112.
So we have 2 centurion on today's games. Darren Benter, he got 100 for Willickeys against Mahaiko, and the Hilroy 100 for CV Farm. There's
against
200
Newfield.
against Newfield, 246 for 8, and 245 for 5. There's a lot of runs scored.
Another quick single taken to mid-off, who shies at the stumps. Jones safely home, so one more to Police. The two goals, both senior and junior. Ian and Karima are keeping things relatively tight, but of course, with only 123 to defend, Liberta are looking for wickets. They've picked up one so far, and that's wrapped Gerald on the pad, but way down the leg side to complete the over. So after 7 overs, Police are 30 for 1 after 7 overs, and that's in pursuit of 124 for victory. Yeah, but getting back to the law changes and everything like that, Abdi, the thing about it is, right, the way the ICC have taken things and the bigger countries have taken things these days is they want the big crowds, they want the party atmosphere and everything like that. They want to turn the game into television. Cricket is not a game for television. It's never been a game for television.
Right.
Real cricket, you can play around with the T20 and thing like that.
Right.
That's fair enough. But when you're playing test match cricket, it's not a game that people are going to sit there for 5 days or have the time to sit there for 5 days. But you can't change that, because if you change that, then you're changing the actual game of cricket.
Hence all the rule changes.
Exactly.
Because they're catering for the television.
Exactly
the
right.
viewers.
Exactly.
To somewhat to attract people to test cricket. Test cricket will always be test cricket. You can't look any way to attract people to test cricket.
No, you either love it or you don't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, and that one takes the bottom half of Gerald's bat on the back foot, trying to force it through the offside. Luckily for him, it doesn't run back on the stumps. Karima Gore just making a field change. He's taking the slip out, putting the slip at mid wicket, or short mid on, and move the mid wicket a bit wider. He's also got a long on the boundary and a deep mid wicket on the ropes.
So we have some scores again. Freetown 192 from 33 overs. Clinton Payne 91, not out. And so we've seen some good individual scores on the weekend.
Yes.
Yeah, on 200s, and now 91 not out by Clinton Payne. And Freetown come back nicely, scoring 192 against St. Paul's at Freetown. So there's some good scores team-wise also.
Definitely, 192 is a good challenge in total.
Yeah.
As Gerald just pulled Karima Gore through the mid-wicket region for another boundary, moves the score up to 35 for 1, make that 36 for 1 as they rush through for a quick single. So 36 for 1 Police. Looking for 124 for victory, so they're going along nicely at the moment. Liberta hunting wickets. They need a couple of quick blows, you would think, to keep them in this match. As we know, Jones is in form with his 65 not out yesterday. That led Police to victory over Mahaiko quite comfortably, chasing down 164. They won that match by 7 wickets. Today they're chasing 124. And after 8 overs, it's 36 for 1 after 8 overs. We're going to see a bowling change from the pavilion end. Who's coming on now, Abdi?
There's looks like the same guy. The name I can't bring to mind. That I said played football and tennis.
Tapping, right.
Tapping, that's right. But Terry, the cricket as we know it, we can't really change the rule because ICC has the power and
The
to do what
MCC
they,
and so.
what
Yeah.
they want.
Mm.
But the cricket as we know it now is really not cricket
No,
that it was.
back in the day.
Yeah,
no, not at all.
That was the real cricket,
Exactly.
you know.
Exactly. But and that's simply because, as you're saying, they change the laws, they tinker with them. But because it's so much of a bias on one side of the pitch, right? Meaning that 99% of the rule changes or the law changes are for batsmen, benefit batsmen. You take away the contests that we're used to,
Right,
like Lily versus Vivi.
right.
You can't do that these days
No.
because as soon as you bowl 2 over his head, that's
Yeah.
it.
Exactly.
Then you can't go back as far because you gotta hurry up and get through your overs and all this business.
It's
Yeah, and I was talking about this the other day when it comes to selection of teams. I'm quite sure that a lot of countries will select a spinner in their side, not necessarily because conditions suit or they particularly want the spinner or they even think the spinner's that good. But they know they've got to get through their 90 overs.
right.
So they've
Right.
got to have somebody that can rush through,
Keep the
like
scoring rate,
Hoopsy used to do. You know,
Yeah.
Carl Hoopy used to
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
And therefore, that takes away from the tactical aspect of the game of cricket. Because you're just trying to please the clock or please the master all the time, instead of being able to. I mean, you tell me, if you got a Riverton Days play of cricket and you interviewed 3/4, say you had 50,000 at the ground, and you interviewed 3/4 of the people that were at the ground that walked out. If it was good cricket, and proper cricket, bat against ball, a contest all day, nobody could tell you or even interested whether 88 overs were bowled, 98, 92, or whatever. It's irrelevant.
Right.
You know what I mean? I can understand if people are deliberately wasting time or things like that, but those days are gone.
Yeah.
People just get on with the game
Yeah.
now, in general. So why put a limitation on it and then penalize the team when they don't do it?
As we just see a good shot played through the covers by Jones,
Continuing his form.
his form that he had yesterday, and this one was just steered off the face of the bat down to third man, and he had a single, end of the over. So Tappin seems to be a handy cricketer.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't really get off with the bat, but not bad with the ball either.
Yeah, and you're saying he's a bit of an all-round sportsman.
Yeah.
What's the score? 40. So 40 for 1, and we've had 9 overs. Yeah, 40 for 1 after 9. So Police
Going hell this
untroubled. Yes, at the moment, in pursuit of 124.
So Terry, what do you take on an athlete play too many different sports?
The thing that always worries me is the longevity and B, the injuries. So eventually you have to make up your mind, and the later you make up your mind, I think the worse it gets for you, or could get for you, because it could all fall back on you. So I prefer them. It was different before when you had these seasons. You know, you had your football season, your cricket season. You could combine the two.
Right.
But these days, when basically all sports are played, you know, any time of the year,
Right.
I think the earlier the better you can choose, then the better in the long run for that particular individual.
Yes. Yeah, that's the difference. Which is Michael Graves. Back in the day, you had the different season.
Exactly. Yeah. So
Football could be played any time. Now, you have tennis in between, probably football and cricket. So it laps over.
Exactly.
So you got to choose which one you really want. There's nothing wrong in playing any sport,
no, not at all.
but it's how you manage yourself.
Exactly.
So Michael Graves has replaced Curry Magore, and he's bowling some leg spin to Jones.
Another misfield. Another single through. So Liberta not helping themselves really with some poor ground fielding when you're only defending a small total. So the over comes to an end. So we've had of 10. So we've had 10 overs, and Police in pursuit of 124 for victory, of 41 for 1 after 10 overs.
So Mark, Hillroy finally get in and get on the scorecard.
Good delivery there by Tappen. Defended off the front foot by Jones, who's in good form. As I say, made the unbeaten half century yesterday to lead his Police team to victory in the opening encounter of the ACB Caribbean Bank Parish League Sir Richie Richardson 35 overs competition. They beat Mahaiko by 7 wickets yesterday after winning the ACB Caribbean Bank Parish League Dave Joseph competition the week before. So undefeated so far this season, Police. As Jones waits for Tappen. Again, driving up to mid-off, where Ian Gore does the fielding, and there's no run. Quiet times here at Luberta. They're searching for their second breakthrough. They realize they need to take wickets. They got any chance in this match after only posting 123.
I'm really liking the look of Jones, Terry.
Yes,
He
he stands nice and tall at the crease.
Yeah.
Plays pretty much within the V. Beaten that time outside off stump.
Playing at a ball, they didn't have to play at. But giving Tappen some credit, he's bowling to his field. So Jones now not scoring, even though he's timing the ball. So this one is a bit wide and he flashes it instead of just leave it alone.
Again, driving well, but straight to mid-off to complete the over. So we've had 11 overs now of the Police innings, and the score is 41 for 1.
So there's a maiden.
Well bowled there by Tappin. Even Greaves, being the height he is, I was just watching him in that first over with his leg breaks. Abdi, if he stayed just slightly taller on the release, he get more purchase maybe, bit more bounce off the track. Maybe not this track, but I'm just saying in general.
Yeah. But he seems to have a good control. I never really see him bowl leggies before. But then look at yesterday when the leggy for Michael was earlier introduced into the innings. It could have created some doubt.
Definitely.
All of a sudden, the leggy from Graves, and they can't score as freely as
Right.
they was scoring in before.
And there he goes for the big hits and cleaned up.
Yeah.
And that was
And
exactly what you were saying, Abdi. The pressure caused
Yes.
by from both ends.
Both
Tappin
ends.
with the maiden in the previous over, bowling very well to his field, and now Greaves with his leg breaks.
That's right.
Just
Pressure.
unsettled police. Pressure got to Gerald. He took a mighty swing at it, didn't make contact, cleaned up by Graves. So police lose their second wicket with the score on 41. We're in the 12th over, so they're 41 for 2 after 12 overs. Greaves departs for 6. Gerald departs for 20. And police 41 for 2 in the 12th over, looking for 124 for victory. So exactly what Liberta wanted, needed Abdi, create some pressure, try and pick up some wickets.
So we have the same pair from yesterday, Valentine and Jones, who put on a nice little cameo, running good between the wicket, but now it's a different kettle of fish. You got Tapping a bowling a very nice length, but we'll see how he adjusted, because now you have a lefty in Valentine,
Right.
and then from the other end is Graves, who are bowling a good line and length, a leg spin bowling. So we'll see how they adjust.
Yes, these two, Jones and Valentine, yesterday put on 105 for the third wicket. That led police to victory over Mahaiko, but Graves in now to the left-handed Valentine and beaten straight away. And a cutter ball through to the keeper, and there's no run. And that full toss swept and misfielded again. Pretty poor effort there on the deep backward square leg boundary by that fielder out there. Lets it go through.
Again, Terry, you see some really elementary mistakes in the field. The ball wasn't really rushing to the bone.
No.
And let's say, yes, it was a bad delivery, but then you're in the field to help me if I'm bowling a bad ball. And if you're feeling as poorly like that, you're really not really helping the cause.
No, not at all. And especially the situation of the game, Abdi. Another wicket or two here. Liberta right back in it.
Yeah.
And it's important or imperative that they keep the scoring down and keep the pressure on police to try and get those couple of wickets. But nevertheless, the over comes to an end, and at the end of 12 overs, police are 45 for 2, requiring 124 for victory. Tappin will continue from this, the commentary box into Jones, and Jones very watchful outside the off stump, lets it go through to the keeper.
Taken smartly behind the stump also by Joshua.
Standing up to the stumps also. and just aborts his run this time as changing the field, bringing the third man a little finer. He's up to Jones now, and Jones again watchful outside the off stump.
What I like, Terry is you got Ian Gore, senior experience at mid-off in the area of tapping, young, promising cricketer. And that's what we need at times, that experience, teaching them the ropes of the game. You know, as I said earlier, Terry, out there, it's a different kettle of fish to training.
Right, yeah.
Because the players don't got to take that
what they've learned,
and help each other on the pitch. You know. Very good running, very well played.
Yep. But he's bowling well. He's bowling to his field, keeping it tight. Good line, just on or outside off stump.
And the length is good too.
See how he goes now to the left-handed Valentine. Field swaps around.
Back on line to Valentine, and there's a short fine leg, there's a square leg for the square, mid wicket, mid on, mid off. It's a cover point on the third man. And there is no slip, but yes, the young man is really bowling to his field, and it's good to see Terry.
That's excellent
Very
bowler,
good
and
to
that's better effort in the field too, backing him up.
Yes, and Kareem Mago is a hero in the field. You can't really take chance with him. He's
True.
very good in that area, the cover point region. Cover angle is very good. There's where his dad around gully cover point. His dad in his day, he used to field, and he comes and have the same eager approach to the ball there. So you really can't beat him easily. But I'm really impressed with tapping.
Yeah, most definitely.
Really bowling to his field. And so if police really, if Liberty can squeeze one or two wicket.
Peel, but
if they could squeeze one or two wicket in this spell between tapping and Michael
Graves, yeah.
Yeah, they could create some doubts in the police team.
Well, what they are doing, at least they're giving themselves every opportunity to grab those wickets because they're keeping the pressure on. The field is up. They bowl into their field, both bowlers. So a lot of dot balls, we're seeing a lot more dot balls than other teams have had police. And they're making them play. They're making them make the play.
Right.
Yeah,
And
again,
Terry,
straight to the fieldsman.
yesterday the partnership was between these two.
Exactly.
And then Maryland came in and just put icing on the cake.
Right,
so
right.
You get one of these wicket or two of these wicket
Yeah.
and put Maryland under some pressure.
Right.
Um,
Different
and
ball game.
expose the tail
The
end.
tail.
Yeah.
Again, risky single. It's got to be. Or did the keeper knock the bails? I have a feeling the keeper didn't take that as cleanly.
That was
Yeah,
close.
because it looked out for all money. Yeah,
Looks close.
but cold not out. But that's the pressure that Liberta are creating here in this passage of play. Swept fine. It's beaten the short fine leg, and it will roll into the rope for a much needed boundary for Police by the bat of Valentine. The score goes up to 51. So 51 for 2 after 13 overs.
That's a relief valve there, Terry. That 4 runs.
Definitely. After 14 overs. 51 for 2 after 14. Yes.
That's a relief valve there. Because they were wondering where going to get the single.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas yesterday, they were getting the singles easier.
Yeah.
Against Mahaiko.
Yeah, because...
So there was not much pressure on them.
Right.
But now there's pressure on them.
Yep.
But then that was a bad delivery bowled by Graves, and rightfully so he capitalized.
Right. But the difference yesterday, Mahaiko failed to keep that or build that pressure because there were too many
easy singles
and misfields on the ground. Yeah. Tappan continues a full pitch delivery and single taken to goal, collapses. So 52 for 2. Police just Liberta's keeping them in check, but Liberta will realize that they need wickets.
As we watch, Malik now has taken up another profession. He's taking some pictures around.
There you go.
The boundary line.
Future career. Tapping into the left-handed Valentine, and Valentine is stroking that nicely, beats backward point, rolls out towards the rope. Collected a comfortable 2. So score moves on to 54 for 2. We're in over number 15. .54 for 2, so Police require another 70 runs for victory. Liberta 8 wickets. Tappan just loses his run. Dead ball called by the umpire.
So we're watching 35, a limited over 35 competitions, Richie Richardson. And it's been sponsored by ACB Caribbean Bank. And for some 44 years, we've been in partnership with Parish League Cricket. And we're watching Police chasing 124 for victory. They are
54 for 2.
54 for 2. And in the 16th over?
15th over.
15th over.
So 70 more required. And that's pulled high over the mid-wicket region in front of square for 4. Good shot there by Valentine. He looks good, continuing his form from yesterday. Of course, these two had the century stand yesterday, but that's 4 more, so score moves on to 58 for 2.
And Terry, there's 2 bad.
And that one he meets on the full.
Nicely. Another free gift, but full ball, but then he was played straight to the cover fielder, fielded nicely. But so saying the Graves give Valentine a bad delivery, he scored 4. Tapping the short ball to Valentine 4. And so that's really eased the pressure that they had on Police. And so they can now relax and start over again.
Exactly. But very important and very good by the Police batsman, or Valentine in particular, that you know you get the bad ball, you still have to put it away.
That's right.
And
that's right.
Both times he ensured that he did that. So 58 for 2 in pursuit of 124 for victory. Police and beaten again is Jones. Good delivery that. by Greaves, beating Jones's outside edge. And that one, well, more misfielding going on, so Roberta really releasing the pressure that they built up so well, so nicely. Just in the last couple of overs, we had a couple of loose deliveries and a bit of sloppy groundwork in the outfield. Police stroll on, 60 for 2. Jones looking to wind up there, but it pushes it into the cover region where it's fielded. There's no run. They desperately need to get back on track here, Alberta. They need a couple of quick wickets to stem the flow of this Police team. Graves into Jones again, and that one, a little bit of bounce out of the track that time. Back and across, and it's a nice shot, but well fielded there to end the over. So at the end of over number 16, 60 for 2 after 16, chasing 124 for victory. So another 64 to win for Police.
And we see, Terry, some real poor feeling on the Liberator's part.
Basic though, too.
Basic, really poor feeling. And we had 123 to defend. And in large part, Michael and Tappin was bowling good areas. So they need that help to keep that pressure on the batters. So when you release that valve, it becomes easier.
And they did so well to build up that pressure. But as you quite rightly say, Abdid, it's evaporated at this point in time as we look to have a bowling change from the pavilion end.
Yuri Smith
coming on to replace Tappin, who bowled very well for the majority. He bowled. Tappin bowled 4 overs for 12. And Smith is into Valentine and beaten straight away. Pill for a stumping, but not out. That's a good start by Smith. Good encouraging start. They need wickets though, Liberta. They need wickets.
He's bowling in a good area, but what he needs is the support of the fielders.
That one looked to be swept again. Half an appeal. Definitely going down leg side, and they run through for 2 leg byes, I'd say. Yeah, signaled now by umpire Candace. 2 leg byes. Police won't worry how they get them, as long as they get them. They're halfway home at this stage. And that one swept again, and another appeal by Yuri Smith down on one knee. Not out, says the umpire. Definitely looking to go down leg. But unlike the majority of batsmen we see, Valentine is not shy to bring out the sweep shot. That one's driven firmly, but straight to the short extra cover. No run to complete the over. So after 16 overs, 17 overs, The score's 60?
60.
60. So 60 for 2 after 17 overs. Looks like it's going to be a double bowling change.
So there's another bowling change.
More spin. That was a smart bit of fielding there by the
Old veteran.
yeah. He didn't look. He didn't look too old there, though. He was very nimble.
You know, you see the one that look away, no? You know, you see the one that look away? Go dive.
Forward in defences, Jones. No real pressure now on these police batsmen. They look to knock off the runs. Right, short, wide down the leg side, called wide by the umpire. One more to police. Move on to 61. Harris into, then the stop start, shy at the stumps. He would have been gone. Would Jones if it had hit, but the return from the covers missed the stumps. They scramble through for another single. Looks like Francis is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Valentine. So Justin Eastfield bringing in a slip. Got a short mid-wicket and short extra cover, and playing back to a ball that he should have been forward to with Valentine. Almost got bowled. Roberto have loved that if Francis can sneak out one of these two, and that one wide down the leg side again, called wide by the umpire. He's just not getting his line correct in this over. Couple of good deliveries, but a couple of wides also down leg side. One Valentine watches it better. Strokes it back to the bowler to complete the over. So we've had 18 overs. 18 overs, and the score is 63 for 3. 63 for 2 is police. 63 for 2 after 18 overs. And they're looking for 124 for victory. So that's 61 more required, Abdi.
Yeah, and the bowler from the northern end didn't really apply any much pressure. Some wides and easy scoring.
But the delivery from Smith. Smith looking for the breakthrough that Laberta so desperately need. With that stroke nicely up to mid-on, they take the quick single. This time the stumps are broken, but the batsman is well in. So 64-4-2.
That's good running again by Jones. They're
Yep.
putting the fielder under pressure. He did hit the stump, but the positiveness of Jones, I got this
Is
thing.
well in.
Yeah.
Smith coming around the wicket to the left-handed Valentine, and that one takes him on the pad, but heading down leg.
The winning hinge on this partnership. They've been batting well. They batted well yesterday. They continue today. They're running, taking the opportunity of scoring any single that's there, and Liberty have to try to take one of these wickets to bring the captain preferably in, and then no doubt you'll see Karima takes the ball to a new batter.
Right, yeah.
You know.
Again, can't pierce the offside field. So, all in all, Laberta are bowling to the plan and bowling well. It's just that they can't get the breakthrough that they so desperately require, or a couple of breakthroughs that they so desperately require. As police edge closer to a victory, but Laberta's still not out of it, and they have to keep telling themselves that. Add 2 wickets to the score and then assess it from there is what they should be telling themselves. Can they get the breakthrough? Especially this partnership. They put on 105, these two, yesterday.
When you look at 3 deliveries, I could highlight where Joseph misfield a ball down on the bound and either get 1 instead of the 4, and then there's a bad delivery
and that's turned nicely down towards the fine leg boundary. In goes after it. Valiant effort, but the ball just beats him into the rope. 4 more to Police, 4 more to Jones. The score moves on to 68-4-2.
Even that, Terry, was a badly line delivery.
Yes, yeah.
You need to keep the pressure on, and but you got to give Jones, the policeman, the 2 kudos, because they capitalize on every
time
they get. Yeah.
Every time they've had a bad ball, they've dealt with it. So that's a good batting by Police as Harris is in again to Jones, and Jones forward and beats him. Good delivery there by Harris.
Then the Michael ball a free hit to
Valentine. Yeah,
he gets 4, and then in Tappan's last over, he didn't bowl to the plan, and then he bowled a short ball to Valentine. So those 3 balls, if let's say you get 3 singles, they're 9 runs behind, but you gave away 9 easy runs.
And it just released the pressure
right.
that they'd built.
Right, and then adds.
Struck firmly straight to short extra cover, well fielded. Jones is just getting a bit edgy. Hasn't been able to penetrate the field apart from that ill-directed delivery that he tickled down to fine leg for the boundary, but everything else he's picked out the fielder, as he does again to complete the over. So after 19 overs, Police are 68-4-3.
Yeah, but Terry, all even though they're bowling relatively okay, they still need to pick up wicket
Yes.
because they're not gonna win the game by containing the
No,
police team.
that is the problem. So only the 2 wickets for 68 for 2 after 19. The run rate is not an issue for police. Liberta is certainly not going to contain them within the 35 overs to get another 50 odd runs for victory. It's wickets that they so desperately need, as Smith in again around the wicket to the left-handed Valentine, who strokes it straight back to the bowler, who does his own fielding. They need a break. They need a breakthrough badly. As the sun returns to Liberta Sports Ground. And a bit quiet. Home team. They're under the pump. Oh, and that one kept a bit low and playing off the back foot again, Valentine, when he should have been forward. The sweep shot has been very productive for him. They're looking for 2 and comfortably take 2. That's very good running. So 2 more. Score moves up to 70 for 2. We're in over number 20. So 70 for 2 in over number 20. So that's what 54 more required. And that's stroked beautifully through the cover region, rolling out towards the boundary. It's chased by Harris. He picks it up just inside the rope. Another comfortable 2 to Valentine. Score moves up to 72 for 2. We're in over number 20. Of course, police need 124 for victory. The appeal there by Yuri Smith, but he was well forward, got a good stride in, did Valentine, and the umpire says not out to complete the over. So at the end of the 20th over, police are 72. 72 for 2 after 20 overs, which means they require another 52 more. 21. 72 for 2 of 21. So at this stage of proceedings, Abdi, police comfortably in control.
Yeah, that's as like it's repeating what was happening yesterday. These 2 batters, I don't know if it's the left and right combination, but they have a good understanding between the wicket and they capitalize on the bad deliveries.
Yes, they certainly do, and they're both in good form.
And as we were talking about consistency, Terry, this is good for cricket because they have been consistent with their approach at the crease, with their runs, their run in between the wicket, the partnership.
And again, they go for a quick single, and again, they make it. A direct hit could have made the difference. Ian Gore there at short, fine leg. Top effort.
And that's positive again between the wicket. Many pair would have
wouldn't have moved, yeah.
No, they wouldn't move, but they force the single and they get in. Ricky Ponton, who I heard him say in an interview where he'll play the ball and take on the feeler, let him make the mistake. If he may feel it well, but then he could throw it back. But then you get in for the single anyway. But instead of staying there and hitting the ball to the batsman and not moving, you're applying pressure on yourself.
Yeah.
And this is what we're seeing here with these 2 batters. They're playing there and they're running and they're getting in. And when you positive, things happen.
True. Harris coming around the wicket now. That's a full delivery. Knocked straight to mid-on by Valentine. There's no run. He got away with that one, did Harris? Fired that one in a bit quicker and defended into the offside by Valentine. No run.
Yeah, he doesn't really. Harris doesn't bowl.
And that's
a very
cut
good shot.
fine. Lovely shot there by Valentine. Backward of point into the boundary for 4. And they're just picking these off now, Abdi.
I was just about to say, Harry, Terry, just before he played that shot, Harris he's not bowling enough pressure balls.
No.
One good ball, then
And
short
then
one, then
3 or
long.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah. With that boundary, the score goes up to 77. So 77 for 2 in the 22nd over here. Police 77 for 2 in pursuit of 124 as Harris in again to Valentine, and Valentine late cuts him again, but well done by Ian Gore to get a hand on that one.
Yeah.
Restricting it to a single. So at the end of the over, Police are 78 for 2 after 22. 78 for 2 after 22 in pursuit of 124 for victory.
Yeah, we're seeing Ian Go is really working.
He's the hardest working on the ground.
Yeah. Really rolling back the days or the years.
Smith will continue.
It's good to see father and son open the ball.
Yes, yeah.
His, everybody in Antigua has a nickname alongside their surname. He's Ian Gore, aka Lumbus, Columbus, because of he's playing the game so long. Never.
And that one has bowled him. He was playing back to a few too many was Valentine, and this one he misjudged the length of the delivery again. Should have been forward, went back. Clean bowl by Yuri Smith, a wicket that Roberta desperately needed. Police lose their third, and the score is 78 for 3 in over number 23.
Terry, jog your memory back. Yesterday I was telling him about his favorite shot was the cut shot, or just the state of the face of the bat as he did the day over before. And I said, your strength could be your weakness,
Right.
and that falls right into his weakness, trying to create a shot that was on.
That wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Too true.
But nevertheless, it was a good partnership again.
Yep.
But probably we will see now Ian Curry McGaw or Michael
Graves.
Graves.
Yep.
You will see now to bowl to a new batter to apply some more pressure. So we'll see what the captain does. Now we're seeing Maryland, the captain of police team, taking the place of Valentine. So the score here is
78 for 3.
78 with 3, and we're in the 23rd over.
Yes.
So again, the game is still in the balance, Terry, because two or one quick wicket could create some
Exactly.
problem.
I was just checking. They put on 37 that time with their partnership,
those,
Valentine. So did they just leave the door slightly ajar
Slightly OBA,
for
because
Liberta?
that 38 partnership is equivalent to 70 odd on another day, probably at police ground. Whereas, but again, it's the quality of bowling also.
Yep.
Will apply the pressure on them. They did well, but no, it's not over, Terry.
No.
Another wicket could see some
Definitely.
pressure
We
back
could be
on
right
the
back
police
into it,
team.
Liberta. So Smith looks like he's staying around the wicket to the right-handed Merlin. And this is turned by Merlin down towards fine leg. And he jogs through for a single to get himself underway. As all of a sudden the score has come to life. Don't say anything about Derek.
That was a long
was
single,
was a well taken single apparently.
No doubt we see Kareem Magor come in the bowling attack to apply some pressure, or even the same tapping, because he has quite a few more overs in his
Yeah, he's only
spell.
bowled 4.
And Graves also. Now we're seeing Karima taking the ball. Just as I said, Terry.
Yep. With the new batsman. So we've had 23 overs.
And I think
Yeah.
it's a very good
and
move.
70, 79 for 3 after 23. Roberta still be thinking wickets, wickets, wickets. Police just looking to try and slowly but surely knock this total off. But they'll be well aware another wicket here could really change the complexion of the game. Karima Gore now bowling to police captain Derek Moreland.
So we have some scores in, Terry. We have Newfield 38 for 2 in 11 overs, and they're playing against CV Farm at CV Farm. Freetown playing against St. Paul. St. Paul's 14 for 6 from 9 overs. And the Mahaiko in reply to Williki 246, they are 112 for 1 in 12 overs.
Wow.
So
112 for 1 of 12 overs.
Police
That must be some sort
very
of
good
pitch
batting
today. And that was a French cut there by Moreland, by the look of it. Just bounced over the stumps. And he takes a single.
Maryland has been getting
No, he won to Moreland.
been playing those shots all season, Terry, and getting off. Trying to dab those same balls too close to him.
Right.
And on this occasion, he just bunks over this stump.
Oh, I think it was bat first.
A peel goes up by Harry Magor and hands on his waist and now on his knees. Can't believe that umpire Brown didn't judge in his favor. But he says no, and no is no from the umpire perspective. And Karim
No will always mean no, but
Yeah.
they can sense it though, can't they? Another one here, and they're right back in this.
Yes.
And the Roberta team can sense it.
Yeah, the call was just right on the ball, whereas I thought as much where Karima or Michael would have taken the ball. So they just got a single from that over. So the score now is 80.
The score is 80-3 after 24.
24 overs.
80 for 3 after 24.
Wow. Still game on our hands, eh,
Still,
Terry?
yes. Most definitely. And Roberta sense it.
They still
Moreland.
lead 44 runs.
Smith still.
1 wicket could
Yuri
change
Smith.
one ball. Yeah.
So Yuri Smith will continue from the pavilion end, and he's staying around the wicket to the right-handed Moreland.
I remember the game just before Terry, just before the lockdown, first lockdown.
And that's a big hit out over the mid-wicket boundary, and the sweeper on the boundary does well to limit it to 2.
The first lockdown, police was running away with the wins, and they played the game against Mexico. They scored 119, and Mexico won, but it was a struggle in winning.
Right.
And so now we're seeing not that close, but somewhat.
It could get closer.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Merlin looks like he's trying to finish it as quickly as possible, and well done on the fence again. He got a bad bounce twice now.
So my thing is, Terry, when you pressure the police team with good feeling, good bowling, they could come under some pressure.
Right,
and
right.
So we're saying this 123 is a small total to what they normally chase. And they're not really going helter-skelter as they normally do. So 1 wicket or 2 could create some
Very
real
true.
pressure on them.
And that's what I was saying earlier too, that it would, to me, just the way they play the game.
Yeah.
If you could get a team or an opposition that
pressure
are
them.
willing to put some pressure on them, yes, I don't think they would respond too well to that. But nevertheless, they've taken 5 off this over so far. It's interesting, Smith is staying around the wicket to both the right-handers, aiming at the pads, trying to keep it tight. He does have 5 fielders on the onside, and this could be, or should have been, big chance for a run out. Jones run on the stroke, went straight to mid-on. Merlin was never interested in the single, sent him back. He was more than halfway down the pitch, but the throw was ill-directed and he got back in. His half chances Liberta needs. That peels off the outer part of Jones's bat. They come back for 2 more to complete the over. So at 82? 86. 86 for 3, and that's after 24. But 24 overs. So after 25 overs, Police are 86 for 3 after 25.
That shots that is too close to the stump. Just the over before that, he tried it and the ball bounced over the stump. He's still doing it
through his legs.
Yeah. And this is 6 over. This is Karim, a 6 over. No.
That's a big shot pulled high over the mid-wicket region by Merlin. Front of square, over the rope. 4 more. He's come out, he's meant business as the skipper. He's not going to let this game run down to the wire. He'll stamp his authority as best he can as the score moves on to 91-3. And again, a big shot right over mid-on into the boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for Merlin. He's not messing around, Abdi. He's had enough of this. He's got a date tonight, obviously, Easter Sunday.
But you really can't fault Liberta or Karima in bowling because they need to take wicket and they're really trying. But
Definitely.
yeah, and you gotta give Maryland credit also in exploiting that. And if he were going in that negative frame of mind, then the pressure would apply. But he forced back the pressure back on Karima and Liberta team. That is very good cricket.
And again, he went for it. Didn't make contact this time.
Was that inside the edge or it would have been plumb right there?
And the over comes to an end, so 95 for 3.
So 29.
95 for 3 after 26 overs. Yeah, 95 for 3, so what's that? 24, 29 to win. 9 overs remaining.
So it's
7 wickets in hand.
and Jones is still batting, so we'll see another elated, and an elated 2-score celebration as yesterday.
Smith continues from the pavilion end, and that's met on the full struck firmly. Again, Merlin refuses the single. I don't even know why Jones bothers exerting himself. He knows what the answer is going to be. Wrapped on the pad, but well outside the line of the leg stump, and also coming around the wicket is Smith.
Yeah, I don't know really what's the ploy because you take. But now Jones give away the easy,
Jones throws away his
wicket.
away his wickets.
But that's Liberta really needs that too.
Definitely, they're not home yet.
They're not home. They're not home. One again. Terry Mahaika lost 5 wickets on 102 runs this year. So who knows?
So Jerron Jones goes for 34. 24. 24, and the score is 95 for 4. And we're in over number 30. No, over number 27.
And that 24 equates to a 50 and at the police ground. And the 38 partnership between him and Valentine is some 70 partnership. Yeah. So a good knock again by Jones. And Maryland, who also batted not out yesterday. But 1 or 2 more wicket, Terry.
Yeah, they're not home. And Merlin, I'm sure, will be telling the rest of his batsmen just that. They still require some 29 runs. Still got 6 wickets, so there's no need to panic. But as Abdi so quite rightly said, that another 1 or 2 wickets here. And the important thing is Liberta haven't dropped their head. They still know they're in. They still realize they're in the contest, and they know what it needs to claim a victory. So they're certainly having a red hot go. As Smith into new batsman is Shadrach. Yeah, and Shadrach Jr. knocks that into the onside to get himself off the mark.
I've been around cricket. I've played it for years. I've been around cricket. I've seen dramatic anticlimax in cricket game. So the police team cannot be too relaxed.
No, and that's why I think it was important. They were sliding into that relaxed mode, if you like, and that's why I think it was important that the captain come out,
Yeah. And play a little.
played a couple of big blows just to,
take them out of that.
get them,
that slap. Yeah.
yeah. So Smith into Shadrach Jr. and that's uppish. Just falls in front of backward point. These little half chances, it only takes one or two to go Liberta's way. They're not done yet, Liberta, but that completes the over. So we've had 27 overs. Score is 98 for 4.
So here Vincent Shedek Sr.
98 for 4 after 27 overs,
Vincent Shedek
which means
Jr.
that police require another 28 runs.
96, 98 for 4.
$26 runs required by police. They got 8 overs remaining, and they've also got 6 wickets. So you would say at this stage police are still in control of the match, but another couple of wickets here, you don't know. Liberta certainly haven't given up on this game as yet. And looks like Michael Greaves is coming back into the attack from the northern end.
Yes.
He'll be bowling to Shadrach Jr., who's just come to the crease.
What I would like to see Terry a slip to Vincent Shedek Jr. Just come to the crease.
Just come in. He's only on a couple.
Yeah, I would like to see a slip.
Tossed up and driven firmly up to a long on. Comfortable single, and he was taking his time. No, but the umpire says not
good.
Out.
Very good thinking from
Yes, yes. He threw that ball to the keeper's end, and Moreland was just strolling in. He made it. Well, according to the umpire, he made it anyway. A big hit, and this has gone straight up in the air. Should be caught. Is caught. Moreland is gone. Police lose their captain. Have they lost their head? Their 5th wicket falls.
Sorry, that is why I was saying they need a slip for Vincent Shedek Jr. They have relatively two new batters. And now Jennison Richards is going out. So you never know.
You don't know.
You never know. One more wicket, they could expose the tail of
exactly
of police, which all season they haven't been exposed
too much pressure. Yeah.
Just go through light sailing, but now they're basically exposed.
Yeah, because that's 5 out now, and there's still 27 runs required for victory.
May I remind you again, Terry? I see. Well, I wasn't there, but Mahaika lost 5 wickets and 102, and so anything can happen today, Mark. Right at Newfield.
Yes, so in pursuit of 124.
You did.
99 for 5. 99 for 5, so
and then
25 runs required.
Remember I made mention
5
to
wickets.
Of the 119 which they made against Mahaiko.
Yes, right.
And then the pressure was back on them. When they get pressure, they always crumble.
Right. Let's see what
again.
Jennison Richards.
You need a slip.
You
need to take every opportunity to come your way, Terry. You know. So
true. I'd bring them all in.
Yeah, a little blunder that.
And let them try and do exactly that. And she's gone for it over the top, hit it straight, and he's taken.
Good job.
Dropped.
Oh,
Well.
that's a roof.
A real dolly of a catch. It was swiped into the mid-wicket region by Jennison Richards. The fielder came round, made the ground simply,
Mianji came around and that was
and it just
sitter.
popped out. And that could be
That
the
could be the game.
difference between winning and losing for Liberta.
that could be the game.
If that had have been taken, police would have definitely started to worry. As it is, that next delivery is swept nicely by Shadrock Jr. running down the hill. Ian goes after it. Not a valiant effort by Ian, but into the boundary it goes. And he's taken a well-earned rest on the brick wall down there. But 4 more to police. Moves the score on to 104 for 5. Oh.
That jump
Hey,
Terry.
99 for 6, 104 for 5. That could have been
Yeah.
the difference.
Yep. And it was right there.
It was right there. He was
Right
right
there.
there. He had it. It was like when he went to throw it up, it came out. And this one, high, wide delivery. Missed, though, by Shadrock Jr. And the umpire doesn't call wide.
And Terry, I bring you back to the first class level. That's a first class out and out player.
Player,
Dropped an
yes,
easy catch.
and drop something like that at this moment
At
in
this
time.
moment in the game. You know,
Yes, big costly miss that one, you would feel, for Liberta. But the overs come to an end, so after 28 overs, 104. After 28 overs, police 104 for 5, which means they require 20 runs to win this match. Yuri Smith will continue from this the pavilion end. Long spell for him, and continues to come around the wicket to the right-handed batter in Jennison Richards. So both these batsmen at the crease are relatively new, and both have been dropped. So what could have been different for Liberta is Police's gain, but they still require 20. Now he's finally come back over the wicket to the right-hander, there's Smith. That one's played nicely by Jennison. They're looking for the single. Was fumbled there by Smith.
but
Well
then
taken
there's a
single.
misfield, which Liberty needs to keep the pressure on. And she was running before even the ball was misfield.
Yeah, I think there was a lack of communication between the mid-wicket fielder and the bowler. And the bowler, Smith, is now going back around the wicket. Bowling to Shadrock Jr. And Shadrock Jr. is opening his legs and slashing that through. Now that is arrogance at its best. He slashed that through. He didn't time it or middle it anywhere near like he thought, but he slashed it through the covers and refused to run. So they only got one, even though the ball ended up only a couple of meters from the rope. Oh, pretty poor cricket there by Shadrock Jr. Another well-judged single taken by Jennison Richards. The score moves on to 107 for 5. So that's what, 17 more.
Apart from that lofted shot that she played that mid-wicket, Terry, she's been playing the others on this merit.
Very well on the merit, yeah. Straight back. Field being set now for another quick single and in again. So another well-judged run, you'd have to say. Richards calling through Shadrock Jr. And that brings the over to an end.
She's putting the pressure back on the Liberty fielders.
She is, definitely. You'll be sorry for dropping me, she's saying. Yeah. So at the end of 29, after 29 overs, Police 108 for 5. So that means they
29
require,
overs, so you got 6 more overs.
yeah, 6 more overs, and they require
15,
15, 16.
16. Terry, if Vincent Shedder out and is over, Police lose the game.
Mm-hmm. He struck that firmly past the diving mid wicket up to
Still saying you need a slip
wideish.
for the leggy.
Yes, you're quite right. They should have had a slip in a lot earlier, especially when they got 2 new batsmen at the crease.
And especially to
and 2 that have been dropped, so they're not exactly, blazing the attack or anything. But I would bring them all in. You've got nothing to lose now. 15,
You got nothing
16
to lose.
required. You need 5 wickets. Just bring them in. They hit you over the top. So be it. Thinking of a single again, but wasn't there this time. Jennison Richards on strike to Graves, and Graves tosses that up.
No, Graves.
Again, Graves spot on target.
overs.
Richards
Wow.
can't do much with those
This could be crucial.
last 2 deliveries. That one's tossed high. No appeal for nothing really, but complete miss, toss high in the air. Richards missed it. Missed the stumps. Brings the over to an end. So we've had 30 overs of the Police innings. They're looking for 124 for victory. And after 30 overs, they are 109 for 5. So they require another 15 runs. And we're about to start the final 5 overs. So 15 runs required off 30 deliveries, with 5 wickets in hand. So you'd expect Police to cruise home from this position. But the great thing about this Liberta team, they never give up. They still realize that a couple of quick wickets, well, they had their chances to dismiss both of these batsmen that are at the crease, but unfortunately the catches went down, but they're still in there trying. And that's short and cracked through the short extra cover region into the boundary. 4 runs there by Shadrach Jr. It's Harris again, isn't he? Swapped ends. Harris is the bowler. Yeah. And that was 4 more. So
that was a bad change.
yes, because he was never really
he's
penetrative or
inconsistent.
troubling anybody.
No.
113, is it? 113 for
Curry has
5.
2 more overs. And Tappin has more overs to bowl.
So 11 runs required.
Tappin has 3 more overs and
But-
Karim have 2 more.
But to be quite honest, though, Abdi, the way Harris is bowled, you wouldn't be surprised if they get the 11 required in this over. He's already started with a 4,
yes.
and now 11 more.
He was never penetrating even in his
No,
first. He was
no,
too
he
up
wasn't
and down.
troubling anybody.
No. But who knows? It's one ball get a wicket,
Yeah,
Terry.
Too true.
Maybe the golden hand still,
And that one's
but he hasn't really shown it.
no, not as yet. But he might have something up that sleeve of his, though, Abdi.
Yep.
And if he's gonna play his ace, he better hurry up. Short,
Yeah,
wide
right.
again. That's a cold wide, and they'll take the extra. So that takes the score up to 115 for 5.
And this is just
9 required for victory.
now he's
This
marking
is
his
not
run
good.
from a ball in a wide. So he's like his run up is what
And you
makes
couldn't
me ball
call it
wide.
a run anyway, could you? A couple of paces. Yeah, but
It was just a bad
he
change.
got up on the wrong foot. He bowling to Jennison Richards this time. And beaten. And
Actually
given.
That just might be the goal in arm.
There you go.
Exposing some of the
He
new
knew what he
batter.
was doing, Abdi.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
Remarking his run. Jennison Richards goes stumped. Police lose their 6th on 125. 125 for 6. We're in over number 31, so still 9 runs required. 4 wickets remaining.
I still think Terry that is a bad bowling change. Even though he has a wicket, because he could still go there and bowl a wide, which you don't need a wide at this moment.
Yeah.
He doesn't really have enough penetrative delivery.
No, he's
All-
not. He's
all
not
game.
really troubling.
Yeah, no,
the
it doesn't really trouble the
batsman.
batter.
No.
But, who knows? Every ball after this may be a wicket.
Yeah. Just about need to be 9 more required by Police. 4 more wickets for Liberta as James Cornelius strides to the crease.
Like 10 runs, 10 added runs, and the 123 were given Liberta.
They'd
Police
still need, say,
headache.
20, yeah?
Yeah.
If those 2 catches had
Mark did say
maybe 8
130
down.
130 could have been a
Could have been a challenging score, yeah, yeah. Oh, Mark knows these things, you know.
Yeah. He's a prophet. with his prophecy doesn't really come true at all times.
No,
so
no,
he's
we-
a false prophet. But finally, Liberta is being, keep on saying the police has been put under some pressure.
Yes, yeah.
Whereas normally they just run away with whatever runs is put before them. But now we've seen 123 is giving them trouble.
Giving them trouble. They're still not there yet. As Harris will come around
And
the
we're gonna
wicket
look some quick singles between these 2 batters.
to the
So,
left-handed
Macy's gonna run out.
Cornelius. And that one is cut fine, and down to the third
Oh.
man boundary for 4.
There you go again.
Loose wide delivery. That's 2 deliveries. They're both gone for 4 plus the wide. So even though he picked up the wicket, it's too much of a cost.
Too costly.
Too high a price on that wicket.
Yes.
Score goes up to 119. Yes. 119 for 6. And Police now require 5 for victory.
So if you have Karima have 2 more overs, and in the stage of the game,
and you
why
bowl-
he didn't bowl or Tappin didn't bowl, who's bowling more?
Good question.
Of a pressure, hard length delivery, and but I guess they're saying early days.
Harris in again. And this one again. Ill-directed this time down the leg side. Wide call. 1 more to the total. 120 for 6. 4 runs required. So even though he got the wicket of Jennison Richards, this has proved a costly over. And that is driven beautifully right over the extra cover field into the boundary for 4. That's the winning boundary for Police. They remain unbeaten. A slight wobble there and a valiant effort by Liberta. But Police are home, and they're home by 4 wickets.
Yes, well, boss. Yes, well, boss.
Jones. Yeah. And the guy from Liberta.
So Police has won their 9th game in a row, beating Liberta at Liberta. The Liberta batted first, scored some 123, and they got home with some by 4 wicket, or 1 by 4 wicket. Police. And so lower field Police batting. Lower field he batted. He opened with Malik Gerald. He scored 6 ball in Gore. Malik Gerald he scored 20, and Graves he was caught. Graves Damon Valentine he scored 24, and Jones scores 24. Yuri Smith caught caught and the ball. Yuri Smith. Damon Valentine he scored 20. Yuri Smith again. Yuri Smith was the bowler. Derek Maryland he scored 10. Caught Graves and Vincent Shedrick Jr. He scored 14 not out, and Jennison Richards was stumped by Jay Harris, bowled Jay Harris for 3, and James Cornelius he was not out 8. So the Police team continue the winning ways. They have won 9 in a row, and you see the bowling for Liberta, Ian Gore, who bowled 4 overs, 21 runs, 1 wicket. Curry McGraw opened with his father, 5 overs, 23 runs, no wicket. Xavier Tappin bowled 4 overs, 12 runs, no wicket. Michael Graves, 6 overs, 19 runs, 2 wicket. Yuri Smith, 7 overs, 18 runs, 2 wicket. And Jalen Harris, 5 overs, 28 runs, no wicket. For the life of me, I didn't know why Curry McGraw didn't come back in the last spell, but so be it. And so Police has walked away with a victory this time. So we'll take it over to Terry Laraji. Take it away, Terry.
Thanks, Abdi. And I have Michael Greaves with me. Michael, hard luck today, but you certainly batted well.
Yes, thank you.
That partnership you had with Richardson almost brought you back into the game, giving you something to bowl to. What was the plan when you came out to bowl? Obviously, you didn't have the runs that you wished that you could get, but you were right in the game right up until the last couple of overs.
Yes, our plan was to just go out and feel hard and bowl hard and just back the bowlers as much as possible.
And looking ahead, it's only the first round of matches this weekend. Looking ahead in the Sir Richie Richardson competition, you feel you've got the team that can take it deep into the tournament?
Yes, I think I'm very confident with my boys. I feel we can go very deep into this competition.
And your own form, you're happy enough with your own form? You're happy enough with your own form? You picked up a couple of wickets as well as making the 47 with the bat?
Yes, I think I should have got a bit more with the bat and probably pick up some more wickets or keep some more dot balls, but that's the game sometimes, you know.
No problem. Well, hard luck today, but all the best going forward. Okay. All right, that was Lobota captain Michael Graves. And we just get somebody from the victorious police team, which should be Captain Derek Moreland. Won't be too long, but we had another terrific game here today at Lobota Sports Complex. Police coming out victorious by 4 wickets, chasing down 124 for victory. They got across the line. John Jones top scoring with 24, following on from his 65 not out yesterday. So we just wait for the victorious captain to come across. Good afternoon, Derek. Another victory. Must be happy.
Afternoon. Yes, we're happy. Getting over the line is what's the most important.
Bit more of a challenge today, though. You looked like you were cruising through, and then all of a sudden, couple of quick wickets. But you seem to go out there with the intention that you wanted to make a statement. We're not going to get bogged down. We're going to finish this as we should. Couple of big shots, one too many. But was that the plan?
Yes, it was the plan. Mistakes will happen, as I always say. Mistake came at the wrong time for me today. But that was the plan, basically, to go out there and execute dominance in terms of going for the score.
Do you worry, Derek, that if a team can put you under a bit more pressure, especially early on in your innings? Because you're giving us all the impression that whatever opposition score, you feel confident enough to chase it down. But if you are under that pressure earlier, do you still feel your side is good enough to handle that situation?
Yes, I would say to you, in the semi-final we were 41 for 4 and we came out with 199, not being bowled out also.
No problem. Well, keep it going. Whatever you're doing down police, you're doing it well. So good luck for the rest of the competition and well played today.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, that was Derek Moreland, victorious captain of police. They now won something like 9 games straight. And now I have John Jones with me. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Batted very well yesterday, and the form looked like it continued today.
Well, yes, I try my best. As a batsman, the most you could ask for in yourself is to be consistent. You understand? Anybody can come and score 100 today, and for the rest of the season, they don't contribute for the team. So all a batsman is looking for is consistent and to contribute to the team.
Excellent point. And with that consistency, how do you go about maintaining that? Do you do anything different at training once you find your form, or how do you approach each match?
No, I just go every week to practice and work on my weaknesses and come on the weekends and try to execute.
And we are happy with the overall team performance today. A bit of a wobble down the back stretch, but you got across the line. That's the most important thing.
Yes. We could have done a bit better in the field. We had a few drop catches in the field, but apart from that, I think we did well as a team. It was a good team effort.
All right, no problem. Well, continue great form and good luck with the rest of the competition.
Thank you very much.
All right, that was John Jones, who top scored today for police with 24. And that's just about a wrap from here at ACB Caribbean Bank Parish League. Sir Richie Richardson, 35 overs of competition. And victory going the way of police today over Lobota here at the Lobota Sports Complex. Police chasing down 124 for victory. They got there with some 4.5 overs to spare. and 4 wickets. So the victory for Police by 4 wickets. They're second, they're unbeaten so far this season after taking out the Dave Joseph competition earlier in the season. And now 2 wins out of 2 matches in this Sir Richie Richardson competition. Just to recap the scores for you, Liberta won the toss and batted first. They were bowled out for 123. And top scoring there was Michael Greaves with 47. And Shadrach Jr. taking 3 wickets, and also James Cornelius picking up 3 wickets. And in reply, Police winning by 4 wickets, ending on 124 for 6. So, on behalf of myself, Abdi Hughes, Mark Charles, and all the gang here at the ACB Parish League, Richie Richardson, Sir Richie Richardson 35 overs competition aside, we'll sign off here from Liberta Sports Club and be back with more action, live action, next week. Until then, take care.